I don't know if I have to. I might have to start the entire stream over. We'll see. Wait, did it work? Did it work? Can you guys go on my YouTube and see if it's... Oh, wait. Oh, I think it's working. Hello. Hey, that worked. I anticipated NICOLAE MIU. I anticipated his testimony to be this afternoon. So I was hoping I could end my stream with the crumbly one and then do my face and then continue streaming in the afternoon. But it's okay. He's doing it right now. Let's watch the testimony. So this is the Apple River stabbings. We covered the opening statements. Was that yesterday? I think that was yesterday, right? Oh, Lord. Yeah, that was yesterday. We did a long stream, didn't we? We did opening statements yesterday, and then we listened to some testimonies, and then we reread some recaps. So now he is testifying, and we get to hear from his perspective. Now, there's going to be a lot of things that he's going to have to undo because when he was caught, he did lie about a lot of things. So I am very curious to see how well his defense attorney prepped him. Now, apparently, the two attorneys that's representing him, one of them represented Ezra McCandles. That was a case about this crazy woman who was accused of murdering her boyfriend, I believe. And the other case, the other attorney that's on his case represented Kyle Rittenhouse. So let's see how well his defense attorneys prepped him. And let's see how this goes. All right, y'all. This is a very... Oh, God. When did he start testifying? So they listened to this right here. Okay, so this is when he was initially... Oh, okay. No attorney present? What? Oh, Mr. Mew. Let's see if that hurts him. I'm just going to go straight to his testimony. And then maybe we'll work way backwards. You drop a cup of coffee down the stairs this morning? Ha! You deserved it, okay? Coffee's gross. Ew. So I'm just kidding. That sucks. I hope you don't have carpet floors. All right, y'all. Are you guys ready for this? I will default. Wait, sorry. I think court is in... How did I get this to go away? I think court is on lunch break right now. So, perfect timing. All right, y'all, let's listen to the testimony of NICOLAE MIU. My thoughts about this so far. I just don't know if the jury...
Thank you, members of the jury, for your patience. We are ready.
First-degree intentional homicide. That's the part where I was like a little bit iffy about. If they were to convict him, I feel like it would be for a lesser charge. I just don't know if that would be like an option for the jury. Like if the jury can somehow negotiate that with the state, or the state will offer that. Like if the state will be like, hey, you know, if you guys don't think it's intentional homicide, then maybe it's like reckless or something like that. But my issue with this is that the first degree intentional homicide, I just don't know if I feel confident that the jury will convict on that. But we talked about that yesterday.
Resume. The state has rested its presentation of evidence. Now we'll turn to the defense and see if they have evidence to present. Mr. Nelson.
Judge, the defense calls Nick Mew.
Mr. Mew, please stand. Raise your right hand. The clerk will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Nelson.
You're the Nick Mew we've been talking about for the past 7 days.
Yes, sir.
Nick, I want to right away talk to you about exhibit number 104, if I could have the screen. You were on the Apple River on July 30th.
Yes.
I want to ask you about this exhibit, which says it's from frame 2592 at 149 into the video. Have you seen this before?
Yes.
Do you remember that time in your life when you were on the river in that position as shown in that photograph?
Yes.
Sometime after that, did something happen to you?
Yes.
Were you punched?
Not
attacked?
before
Sometime
that.
after this, were you
After
punched?
that, yes.
Okay. I want to talk about the time between this and the time that you get punched, okay?
Okay.
Exhibit number 104 there is on the, with it. Where are you on that?
I'm standing in front of two ladies.
In which, if you were going to just describe the symbol on exhibit 104 symbolizing you, which one is that?
The one with the M.
Okay. What color?
Do you want the
Blue.
indicator?
At that point in time, you said there's two people in front of you. Who are those two people in front of you?
A blonde lady to my left and a red hair lady to my right.
Were there other, does this accurately reflect how you remember roughly people in general around you?
Yes,
The blonde lady in front and the other woman, you understand now that through the trial that the blonde woman is named Madison Cohen?
yes,
Can we use her name when possible?
yes,
And you said red-haired woman, her name's Riley Madison. We use her name when possible.
Yes.
Possible. So when Riley and Madison and
I don't know. You say you don't have a good feeling of him testifying. I think it's possible for him to get a lot of sympathy votes. We looked at the makeup of the jury, and I believe it was like one was in their 20s, one was in their 30s. The rest were like 40s and up, and as high as like someone in their 90s serving on the jury. So I think he could go up there, and I think he could probably maybe garner some sympathy amongst the jurors. Possibly. We'll see how he is. I mean, because like you're seeing a different man now, right? The man that you saw in the videos from 2 years ago was like big, like overweight, but now he kind of looks like, he's a lot thinner, could be seen as like frail, an old man. I think it could go good for him, but we'll see. I don't know. I didn't listen to him talk in the interrogation.
are standing in front of you at that point, just before you get punched, right? What are they doing?
they're yelling at me. At one point, they were pointing downriver and saying, go, go, get away.
What are they doing with their hands?
They're touching me.
When you say touching you, is that something gentle?
No, they're pushing. Madison, she pushed against my left shoulder. She pushed against my chest. She was pointing her finger right at my face. She was yelling at me, very close to my face. Riley had one of her arms, I believe it was left hand, on my right arm, squeezing and pushing me back.
And when you just gave that description, you put your hands distance apart. Can you show us that again? How far away were they?
About a foot.
Okay.
Less than a foot.
You've heard it described through trial as in your personal space. Would you agree with that?
Yes, right in my face, I would describe it.
When that was happening, what did it sound like to you?
The volume was very, very high.
Let me ask you about how your body was responding in that moment when people are pushing you, poking at you, the volume is high. How's your heart? Could you tell us about what your heart rate was?
Listen, this is what I think. Had the women not come over, I don't think there would have been any fucking stabbings. I think the women came and made it worse by yelling at him, because that's not how you de-escalate a situation, right? You don't just join in and start yelling at someone, go, 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 and like putting your hands on them. That just makes it worse.
Oh yeah, my heart rate was getting really high. My breathing was getting very high. I was.
How about your vision? Did you
yeah.
have normal vision in that moment?
No. At that moment, because of the situation, I was getting tunnel vision.
Hey, what's up, Stereophonics Mom? How are you doing today? Yeah, the women definitely escalated the situation. Yeah, I don't like that the women came in and joined. I think they should have just fucked off. I don't know why they were even there. At first, I thought the women were there because the group of teens were like their friends or something, and they were just trying to like join in. But I was like, wait a second, y'all weren't even in the same group. What's going on here?
Can you describe what you mean by you say in tunnel vision?
I couldn't see peripheral vision, but I could see center and right before my eyes.
How about hearing? Could you hear the noises?
I could hear the volume very high, but I couldn't understand what they were saying. The noise became garbled. I mean, the sound became garbled.
Did you feel threatened at that point?
Yes,
Did you have your knife in your right hand?
yes.
What did you do with your left hand? Tell us what you did with your left hand.
Yeah, with my left hand, I pushed her away from my face.
Can you show us what you did with your left hand? Why'd you do that?
She was very close to my face. She was in my personal space.
To be clear, though, this is where I've been standing so far. I think he escalated it when he hit that Madison person in the face, and then it seems to have knocked her sunglasses off. I think that part was escalated. But I've been waiting because I do want to listen to his, because maybe his testimony can sway me. Because for me, I was like, okay, well, you hit that woman in her face. Like, yeah, she had her hands on you, but she shouldn't fucking ever touch him. Don't ever touch someone like that. And don't ever even yell at their face like that, right? Especially when the situation is like getting kind of crazy and rowdy. But if I believe that he hit Madison in the face, I don't think it was a punch. It seems like maybe it was like a slap, or maybe he shoved her face away to the point where her sunglasses fell off. Then to me, I'm like, okay, then that means that like you were the one that provoked it further, and then that's why they pushed you, and then that's when the stabbings happened. I don't know, like this is a case that's like really tough, but for me, where I was really like hanging on to was whether or not he shoved Madison's face away.
She had been there for a while, and I felt threatened.
Drive safe.
Did you intend to harm her in some way?
No,
Did you try to harm her in some way?
absolutely not.
Do you know where, if at all, you had contact with her body when you raised your left hand in that manner?
No,
Do you think you had contact with her?
no.
What? Okay. He said that he didn't have contact. Wait, so he said he raised his hand, but he did not have contact with her. And by the way, y'all, this is the part that was not shown on camera. The only reason why I believe that he did make contact with her is because, aside from everyone in the group saying that and the other group saying that, is because there was someone in his group that saw from afar, and they said they saw him like shoved the Madison girl, and that's when they pushed him into the water. Because I was like, I don't know if I want to listen to like the people that were actually there, because they could just be lying or they could be exaggerating about the situation. But someone in his group did say they saw him shove the Madison girl. But he's saying that he made no contact with her. I don't know if I believe that. Okay.
How did you do that?
She was very close to my face. She was in my personal space. She had been there for a while, and
Yep.
I felt threatened.
Did you intend to harm her in some way?
No,
Did you try to harm her in some way?
absolutely not.
Do you know where, if at all, you had contact with her body when you raised your left hand in that manner?
No,
Do you think you had contact with her?
no.
I want to take us out of that space now for a second, okay, Nick?
Okay.
If I could have the screen again. You were here in court when we talked about, when we watched the video of you speaking with Brandy Hart, is that right?
Yes.
And I think you told her about your health condition. Can you just tell the jury now, what was your health like on July 30th of 2022?
It was very poor. Yeah.
And I think in cross-examination, the state would be like, okay, so Mr. MIU, you said that you raised your left hand, but you didn't make contact with it. So what did you do with your left hand? You just like simply raised it? Did you put it towards her direction, but you never made contact? Like whatever happened with that left hand? So I think the state would probably dig in on that.
Had you, I think you mentioned to her again, had quadruple bypass surgery before?
Yes, sir.
And when did you have that?
2020, about the same month. So about August.
Showing you here what's been marked as exhibit number 108. Can you tell us what those are pictures of, starting just on the left?
Yep. On the left, it's me right after the surgery, holding a red heart pillow against my surgery.
What was the purpose that you knew for that red heart pillow?
That was to protect my surgery from hits, bumps.
Was that something that the hospital provided? It looks like there's like almost a picture of
Madison needs to learn how to mind her own business. Oh, trust me, she probably learned from this.
heart and lungs on
It's a
it.
life
It is.
lesson.
The hospital provided that.
And then the picture in the middle, what is that?
My first walk, my new life.
Did it take you some time to recover and be as active and mobile as you were before?
Oh,
And
yeah.
to be clear, it's okay to step in, but don't go in there and further escalate the situation by joining into the yelling and screaming, touching into someone's face.
Ah,
Do you think you ever reached the same level of mobility and fitness that you were prior to the quadruple bypass?
never.
What's the picture of you on the right there? You can tell us.
Oh,
My
did the
baby.
dog will pass
Okay.
away?
Is that a dog?
Yeah,
Is that dog important to you?
my angel.
And that's the cushions helping you to enjoy time with her, but still keeping your chest safe.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You've had other surgeries in the past, is that right?
Yes.
Did you have a hernia surgery?
2 hernia surgeries.
Have you had back surgery?
Yes.
And again, in general, would you consider your fitness on, if you were going to put it on a scale for July 30th, what would you consider your overall health and fitness on July 30th of 2022?
With my weight and very poor.
I want to ask you now about moving on to the Apple River on July 30th, okay?
Oh, no, Madison didn't get stabbed. You're thinking about the other, I forgot her name. You're Mattison. There's like a Mattison, that's her last name. And I think Madison is the one that everyone alleged got punched or slapped by him. And that's how the physical altercation ensues. The names are a little bit mixed up, yeah. Mattison is the one, Riley Mattison is the one that got stabbed after the physical stuff happened. But the other one, Madison is the one who came over with Riley, and they're like shouting in front of his face and all that stuff. So, I agree with you, Thunderstorm. I think the stabbing just really escalated it. Or even before the stabbing, I think, you know, him pushing Madison's face away, that escalates it. I don't know. I just like when you come in contact with someone's face, to me, that's just like an escalation right there. A very unnecessary escalation.
Okay.
On that, this was a planned trip, is that right?
Yes.
Did you,
I don't, the punching part, I don't know if I believe it. I think the punching was probably something that was exaggerated, or maybe people did generally think that he was punching Madison in the face. For me, in my head, I was thinking maybe it was more like a shove or like, I don't know if it's gonna be like a slap though, because that's pretty aggressive too. To me, I was thinking maybe he just shoved her face away. That to me would make more sense. Like, I think a person could be like, okay, like she's in my face. You know what? I'm gonna shove her face away from me.
you get a call from your friend Ernesto sometime before that trip?
Yes, sir.
What was that call about?
He wanted to remind me to bring my knife to cut string when we tie the tubes together.
Okay, when you say,
Yeah, you probably weren't here earlier, Dweezil. We already talked about that. He did say that he thought that he didn't touch the woman. We already talked about that a couple times already.
do you have a pocket knife?
Yes,
Okay, can you tell us about that pocket knife?
I owned it for about 10 years. I have it a lot on me. I use it as basically a dual tool. I call it my Swiss Army knife, basically because I use it as a screwdriver. I cut insulation when I do electrical work.
I do agree. I do agree that her getting into his face was an escalation. I do believe that her putting her hands on him was an escalation. But I think you're taking it to a different level when you touch someone's like face and then you like shove them away or slap them away or punch them away. I think that's just making it even more worse. Like, I think everything that was happening was escalations on all sides. Everything that was happening. No doubt that the teens were being they were being dumb, they were escalating. No doubt that the new group that came over further fucking escalating for no fucking reason. I honestly think if that second group never came over, I think they would have just shouted at Mr. Mew, and Mr. Mew probably would have just like left at some point. I don't know. Maybe he would have continued staying there. Maybe he would have stabbed them. I don't fucking know. But I feel like if that second group never came over, it's my strong feelings that everything was just dissipated. Like, it was the second group that I think just made things super, super fucking worse. I don't know why they came over.
I use it pretty much everywhere.
Okay.
I'm an engineer, my tool.
Is it something that you've carried on your person, I don't want to say all the time, but somewhat routinely?
Yeah, when I knew I was going to work on something or need it for something, yes.
Okay. Now I want to skip ahead again now to the river, okay? At some point, did Ariel lose his phone?
Yes, he did.
Did you go to look for that phone?
I volunteered to go look for it.
When you,
Right. That's what I was looking at too. Cause to me, what I saw a guy getting severely fucking humiliated. He was getting humiliated. He ran up to them when they were tubing. He lost his snorkels, so that's another humiliation. They're laughing at him. Doesn't know where the snorkels went. He's standing there. And when he thinks another group is coming over to help him, he realizes they're also there to berate him. So I think the humiliation just kept rising more and more. And to me, I think he was just getting really fucking angry. I think he was standing there quiet. He was fuming, but then you saw the smile on his face and you saw the look in his eyes. And I know like that's going to be interpreted differently, which is okay. If, you know, depending on your guys' perspective, you might see that like, oh, he's just really nervous, or he's like, you know, maybe like he's like shocked. Maybe he's like thinking about fight or flight. To me, I saw that as someone who was just fuming, and that anger was just getting higher and higher. And in that moment, he had his hand over the pocket knife, just like kind of glazing over it. To me, I interpreted that as someone who was like waiting for something to happen to go down so he can just like fucking get back at them and give them what they deserved. That's how I interpret it as. So I know a lot of people are going to see things very differently, because some people see him standing there and they're like, well, you know, he was probably standing there because he didn't know what the fuck to do. He was probably scared. But to me, I was like, I don't know, man. I see it as someone who's just like fuming even more. Like he was just getting more and more angry. So I can see why there's a lot of differing opinions on this case, because, you know, sometimes different people will interpret different emotions, different facial expressions very differently. And so I get why there's a lot of like arguments about this.
who went to go look for that phone, what were you wearing?
Before that,
Nope, right when you left your group to go look for that phone, what were you wearing?
so I took my goggles, my snorkel, and my swimming trunks.
Did you have anything on your feet?
Yes, I had, on my feet, I had a pair of really, really torn up sandals.
Can I approach, Judge?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 113. Is this a packet of 9 photos of your sandals?
Yes,
You've seen those?
yes.
Does that accurately show the condition of the sandals that you have?
Yeah,
Yes.
this whole thing is just like unfortunate. Like it just really just shouldn't fucking happen. I don't know. It's like super unfortunate, super fucking sad.
Can you just move the admission of Exhibit 113?
The objection? Yes.
Hi, Sherry. How are you doing today? How's it going?
All right, 113 is received.
These weren't taken by you, were they?
Pictures? No.
These were taken by the sheriff's department, correct?
Yes.
Permission to publish, Judge?
Yes.
Can I just, we're going to go through the PowerPoint, can I?
Yeah,
pass
just
them?
pass them to the jury.
Can you use your words? I know we have a picture that better does it, but just briefly, describe the condition of those sandals,
Horrible.
okay?
They were just coming apart. I couldn't walk on them unless I tried to mend them.
Okay.
As you can see, I used string, leftover string to mend them.
When you left wearing those sandals and your shorts, did you have your pocket knife with you?
Yes,
Where was it?
in my right pocket, clipped to my,
Did you have that there pretty much all day?
yes,
You were here when we watched the video of your interview with Brandy Hart, is that right?
yes,
When you spoke with Brandy Hart, were you truthful to her about the knife?
no. I lied about the knife.
Was that your knife?
They either rest her case maybe like yesterday or this morning.
Yes, it is. It was.
Did you bring it with you when you went to go look for the phone?
Yes, I did.
When you went to go look for the phone, did you have any intent to harm anybody?
No,
Why'd you go leave your group?
go look for the phone.
At some point, did you have some contact with a group of teenagers?
Yes,
And you were here in court when we saw the 9-second video, is that right?
yes,
I want to show you just a couple of slides from that, if I could. Do you see those slides up there?
yes,
Are those from that video?
yes.
What are you doing in those 3 slides in general?
I was scanning the water looking for the phone.
And are you, in that position, are you walking upriver or downriver?
Upriver, away from the,
Is this before or after he ran at them? Is this before?
from that group of boys.
Did you hear them say some things to you
Yes,
prior to your walking upriver and them? Did you hear those words that I have written on that slide?
yes,
Prior to your hearing those words when you were walking upriver, had you had verbal contact with that group?
No, I don't believe that's true. Tony says, I thought wife said he left the knife. He left to get the knife out of his car, went back to the teenagers and rushed them on the tube to scare them. No, I haven't heard that before. It's my understanding that he already had the knife with him. And it's like a little pocket knife. His friend apparently said that he asked him to bring the knife because, you know, there might be some rope that you need to cut that holds the tubes together, I think. So, yeah, it seems like he already had the knife. I don't think he like, because for him to have to go back to his car, I'm assuming you would have to tube all the way down, exit, go to your car, and then come all the way back up.
I think
They-
so. They asked me what I was looking for, and I told them I'm looking for a phone, a lost phone.
Did you ever tell them that you were looking for little girls?
No.
Were you looking for little girls?
Absolutely not. It's pathetic.
I was thinking like maybe he said that as a joke, possibly. Like when the kids were being stupid, maybe the guy was trying to be stupid back, just like, oh, I'm looking for little girls, I guess. Like I was thinking maybe that happened, but he said no, he didn't say that at all.
When you, at the end of this, when you watch the video, at the end of the video, where I'm not going to play it, but do you remember what you did right there at the end?
At the end, I was walking away.
Did you eventually turn around and face in the direction of the group that was yelling at you and calling you a raper?
Yes,
When you,
Yes.
Because there was a witness on the stand that said even Mr. MIU said he was looking for little girls. So that's why I took it as, I mean, I don't think the guy was being serious, Mr. MIU being serious. I think maybe he just fucking said it in jest, possibly. And then maybe that's why all the insults ensued and why the teenagers were acting even more dumb, maybe. There's a lot more before he starts running at them. The part that I saw is when he runs up on them when they're on the tube. He he's like going to the water, he runs up on them, and then he like kind of like falls on the tube. And then like sort of like touches like one of the guy's legs. But like I don't think it was intentional that he was touching the guy's leg. He was just like putting his hand on their tubes. That's the part that I saw. And then after the aftermath of stabbings. Are they going to show us what we're looking at? I want to explain now the running to the tubes. I think his defense attorney tried to say that he was running towards them because he thought the teens had the lost phone. But to me, when I look back at that footage, it looks like he was aggressively running at them. I don't think it was like, oh, you found the phone? Oh, cool. Let me come on over and come grab it. It looked like he was like walking and he like went at them. So I was like, okay, maybe the defense attorney, maybe that's their defense, maybe?
I'll sustain the objection. The question was leading. Please continue.
What did you do at the end of the video?
Oh, sorry. I thought they were looking at a footage. Sorry. I think they were just mute. They're just white noising it so they can talk to the judge.
I was walking away.
At some point, did you ever become in a position where you were looking at that group of teenagers that had yelled at you?
Yes.
What did you see when you were looking at that group of teenagers after the end of this video?
I saw one of them holding a phone in a bag, and I believed it was what I was looking for. So I turned around and I started approaching them.
I don't know if I believe that because it seems really aggressive the way you went at them.
Why did you approach them?
I wanted to get a closer look at the phone to see if it was the one that that belonged to Ariel.
Did you eventually get near them?
Yes, I started walking, then I rushed the pace, stumbled, and fell on my knees, held onto their tube, at which point I lost my goggle and snorkel kit in the water.
You saw.
I will say this too, though. He did tell law enforcement that the kids like smacked his snorkeling stuff off him, tried pulling his pants down, was calling him nasty names, and that wasn't shown in any parts of the video. Also, when the new group came over to assist, he told them that they took my snorkel, which was also a lie. I don't know. Both parties in this case are just, or everyone all the parties in this case, you know. I don't know. A lot of weird stuff happening here.
On the video, or excuse me, you saw during your interview with Brandy Hart that you said things different than what you just said now about what happened to your snorkeling goggles.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Yes,
Is your memory sometimes different than what you see in the video?
yes.
Was your memory, in your memory, what happened to your goggles?
In my memory, the goggles got
Knocked away?
knocked away. Yeah.
Man, I don't know if I believe that. I don't know. Oh, I feel like when you're on the stand, it just looks better if you're just brutally honest and then be honest about the things you lied about. But I don't know. I'm getting red flags, I guess. And I had some issues with some of the witnesses that testified too. I feel like he should just be like, you know what? I lied. I'm sorry. I fucked up. I lied. But I realized, you know, that I dropped my snorkels. I lied. I was scared at the time. You know, after I had stabbed 5 kids, I don't know. I was scared. I was shooken up. I don't know. I would just say that you lied about it.
So that
One second. When there's an objection, just wait on your answer. It is leading, sustained. Next question, please. It's a leading question. Let's move on.
Is your memory perfect?
never.
Now that you've watched the video, do you realize?
That's true. It could be true, but I feel like my red flags are just going off right now. Like ding, 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 ding. Let me see if I can get a footage of him coming towards the kids. Let me find it real quick. Give me 1
Is that
second.
you were wrong about that?
Yes.
What happened to your goggles?
My goggles fell in the water.
So you
When
blanked
they
out
fell in the water,
completely.
what did you do?
I started looking for them, searching right where they fell.
Oops, on already. Showing you here some slides, 220, 225, and 279. Can you tell us what you're doing?
I'm searching for the goggle kit.
And where are you in relation to the 6 teenagers' tubes? Are you on the side? Are you upriver? Are you downriver? Are you in some other position?
I'm upriver. So, yeah.
I'm going to then show you another group of slides, 575, 600, and 625. What does that show you doing?
All right, so what I did from that point, I went around the inner tubes to the other side, and I continued looking for the goggle and snorkel set.
Why did you walk around from the one side to get to the other side of the tubes?
Well, I thought that the water current would bring him over to the other side, and I was walking away from the boys at the same time.
Okay. During that time that you walked in that direction, did you have any physical contact with them?
No,
Were you confronting them?
no.
Yeah, this is the part that we saw yesterday. This is like the part where I saw in the video. Is there more? Like more to this? This is all I got right here. So that right there looks really aggressive. That to me doesn't look like, oh, I'm just coming up on them because I want to see if they have my phone. And that doesn't look like he tripped. That to me looks like he just grabbed their tubes, which I think it's okay for him to just admit that. I think it's okay for him to be like, hey, yeah, I came at them. Like, and it's because of this part right here, because I was hoping it's the red flags with this part right here that's going to continue leading to other red flags, because, like, you know, it's hard to give someone continual benefit of the doubt if, like, I'm like, I don't know, I'm getting red flags here, I'm getting red flags here, I'm getting red flags here. Like, you want to give someone benefit of the doubt until all these red flags keep arising. Like, we could say that, like, okay, yeah, he tripped, but that doesn't look like he tripped. It looked like he purposely tried to just grab. And then he dropped the snorkel. I mean, I don't even know why he would even think someone, like, smacked it away. Because, I don't know. I'm trying to give him benefit of the doubt.
Didn't say a word.
This next set of slides, what does this show you doing here?
I'm walking away from the group. Still,
Go ahead.
still looking for my goggles at that time.
When you were doing that, did you ever hear the kid say anything?
They gave me a warning.
What'd they say?
You got 10 seconds.
Yes, that's why they were talking about his fucked up sandals and how he, like, did the rope thing. But to me, it just doesn't look like he tripped. It looks like he kind of just, like, wanted to just be aggressive and just, like, aggress on their tubes.
In response to that, what did you do?
But hey, he could have
I
tripped.
ignored them, and I actually continued doing what I was doing.
I'll show you the next set of slides here. Were you in a position to see here 963, 1140, and 1155, what the teenagers were doing behind you?
They were getting closer and closer to me. They were walking towards me.
Were you in a position to see that? Was that behind you, or had you turned around?
Well, I could hear their voices. I could hear that they were getting closer. At some point, I may have turned my head and witnessed that. They're coming towards me.
Showing you 1170, 1213, and 1284. What's happening here?
I'm at an angle to them, but I could say I have my back at them, still scanning the water, and they were right behind me. They got that close. Within seconds, they were right behind me.
At some point, did you see other people from another group?
Yes.
What did you see?
I saw what seemed to me at the time adults coming over from the other side of the river.
And when you saw adults coming over from the other side of the river, what did you do?
I walked towards them. I walked towards this. The first one was Madison.
When you walked towards Madison, where were the 6 teenage boys that had been yelling at you?
They were following me.
Were you in their path as you walked across the river towards Madison?
No,
Did they have as far as you know, did they have a clear path down the river if they wanted?
more than plenty.
Can I? Showing you this next group of photos, what's going on here?
So in this frame here, the first adult that came to me was Madison. She already had her finger pointing downriver and yelling at me and used some awkward words, ordering me to go down.
We see it looks like you're doing something with your right hand. Do you remember, what are you doing with your right hand?
Hey,
Yep,
Tara.
I was trying to explain to her what I'm looking for.
When you tried to explain to her what you were looking for, did you get the impression she was listening to you?
No, her voice was too loud to. Okay.
Hold on, wait a second. Sustained speculation.
I'm asking about his impression, so I'll rephrase. Did you get the impression that Madison Cohen was going to listen to your words?
No,
Why not?
because she was too loud. She never stopped to give me a chance to talk. And she kept pointing and ordering me to go downriver.
We've all heard the tape, but just to be, was she using polite language?
Polite? No.
Did you hear anyone saying anything behind you when you walked over to Madison Cohen?
Yes, they're all calling me names.
Showing you the next set of slides here, 1776, 1840, and 1824. What are you doing here in this set of slides?
I'm turning my back towards Madison and the rest of the people.
Why did you turn your back to Madison and the rest of the people?
It felt to me like I couldn't have a conversation with her at that point. She was not listening. And I didn't want to interact any further.
Had you at that point found your snorkel or goggles?
No,
Had you at that point found the phone?
no.
Did you hear anybody saying anything while you stood there with their back to them?
Oh, yeah.
What did you hear?
They were still yelling, he's looking for little girls.
Were you looking for little girls?
Absolutely not.
When you heard them, did you consider that to be a lie?
Objection, Your Honor. Reading. Sustained.
I asked, did you consider that to be a lie? I don't
Yes,
think
of
that's-
course.
Please.
Don't think that's legal.
I sustain the objection. Please move on.
When you heard that, did you consider it to be truthful or did you consider it to be untrue?
Untrue.
And when you heard someone say an untruth about you, did that change how you were feeling?
I felt frustrated. I felt annoyed.
Hi, Caitlin.
They kept saying it over and over, so it annoyed me and frustrated me.
And when you heard them say this untruth about you, did it appear to you as if the other group that had come over agreed with what these the teenagers were yelling about you?
Objection. Reading. Sustained.
Did you think anybody in the other group was going to help you or listen to you when you were being called these names and accused of being a pedophile?
Objection.
Wait, Alex, Lemon, what if someone breaks into your house?
Reading. Sustained.
In Canada, do you have like a
How did
duty
you
to run
feel?
or something?
Well, I felt overwhelmed at that point. I felt still annoyed, frustrated. I felt like she wasn't listening. She was the adult I thought I was going to reason with or get help from. She obviously didn't even attempt to reprimand the children from yelling.
Showing you another slide here, some 1838, 1846, and 1865. Is that you?
Yes,
What are you doing?
Yes.
I feel like he got caught looking up girls' thighs in the water. I don't think there were any girls or any women in the area where he was looking for his phone. How I see it, like how it probably went down was he was probably there genuinely looking for his phone. He had his snorkels on. The water wasn't very deep. And the teenagers were like, what the fuck? Why is there a guy snorkeling here? It's only like 2 feet of water. Like, why would you be snorkeling here? That's so weird. And so maybe they were like, what are you doing, man? What are you doing? Why are you snorkeling? Whoa. Like, they're probably just like saying stupid shit like that. And then maybe NICOLAE was like, oh, I'm looking for little girls then. Like, I don't know. Maybe like he was just joking around. Or maybe he didn't say that at all, right? Maybe that's how it all started. Maybe the teens just started taunting him because they just thought it was really fucking weird. There was a guy who was hanging around there snorkeling. And they didn't know that he was looking for his phone initially. I'm assuming that's how it started. Like drunk teens being fucking dumb.
Just one moment.
In 46, 1865. What are you doing in those? Do you remember what you were doing?
yeah, I had my back towards the group of people.
In the two photos there, which direction are you looking?
Was Mew drinking? I don't think he was. I think his group did have some alcohol with them. Maybe a little bit? Fuck, I don't remember. Because I don't know if they ever did like a breathalyzer or like a blood test or anything on him, or if they just like asked him straight up. I actually don't remember.
I'm looking downriver.
Okay. Are you looking at, there's two different groups, if I recall, from Exhibit 104. Is that right?
Yes,
One came from one side of the river and the other one's on the other side of the river.
correct.
Where are you, in the photo on the upper left, are you looking at one particular group as opposed to another group?
Yes, I'm looking at the boys group
And why are you looking at the boys group?
because they were yelling at me.
And what were they yelling at you?
They were yelling things that were not true and pointing at me.
When this, I want to, after that happened, Showing you the next group of slides, 1875, 1883, and 1889. Do you remember what Madison
The wife said 2 to 3 beers. Yeah, because like maybe they were just like casually drinking.
did, if anything, to you?
Yeah.
What did she do?
She grabbed my right arm and she pulled me towards her, and I lost my balance, so I moved towards her.
Did you consider that in that circumstance to be a gentle or a gracious touch?
No, that was not a gracious touch. No, not at all.
Had she been using any gentle or gracious words with you?
Not that, no, not that I remember.
In those photos, can we see the footwear that you were wearing on that day?
Yep, those
Hi,
sandals that we saw
Christine.
earlier.
Did you have confidence in your footing in that area with those sandals?
Sustained.
How did you feel about your footing in that area?
Very unstable.
I want to show you the next set of slides here. Do you remember what you say to Madison after she pulled on your right arm?
Yeah, I told her not to touch me
And why did you tell her that?
because she pulled on me without my invitation.
Did you say that in any particular tone?
No, not in a mean tone, but I made it sound so she could hear me. Don't touch me.
Okay. Why didn't you want her to touch you?
I didn't give her permission to do so.
Sure, but why did you not want to give her permission to do so?
Yeah, I heard it was 0.2. 2.29, you'd be like, you'd probably be dead or something.
Because she was one track mind. She just wanted to get me away from that, point me down river and tell me to go there.
What's your comfort level at this point?
On a
My search bar. What do you want me to do? Clear it? How about that?
scale from 1 to 10, comfort level is very low.
Are you, if you had that same thing, a scale of like a fear scale, a 1 to 10 fear scale, right? And so
Yeah.
with 10 being the most fearful you've ever been in your life and 0, let's call 0 to 10
Okay,
being
how
the
about
most
that?
safe you've ever felt.
How about that?
Where are you at here on a fear scale?
In that particular,
Yeah.
about 1,
Okay. So you're more uncomfortable, but not necessarily afraid, is that what I understand?
correct.
At, where was your group in relation to you then?
Hi, Booty.
Was upriver.
And did you do anything in order, in relation to your group?
Yep.
What did you do?
I turned to them and I called them. I was trying to call them to come over and help me.
Are these slides, does this 2127, 2140, 2131, what does that show you doing?
I was waving at them and calling them to come over.
When you say you were calling them, did you do something physical or did you do something verbal or did you do both?
Physical.
Did you make any verbal comments at that point?
No.
Why not?
It was very loud. All around me was very loud. I don't think that anybody could have heard me 100 and some feet away.
With everybody else yelling, did you think your yelling was going to de-escalate or escalate the situation?
When everybody's raising their voice, I don't think having another raised voice would help the situation.
True.
After you raised your hand to call for your friends, did you see Madison Cohn doing anything?
Oh yeah, she was looking towards her group, and then she waved to them to come over to her.
Is that what we're seeing here in 2261, 2262, and 2263? What do you see?
Yep, she is calling her group over.
Did you remember when she called her group over, did her group respond?
Yes,
Did they join that?
yes,
Showing you now these slides, is that what you saw?
yes.
I think we asked you questions before about Exhibit 104 with you with the blue dot and the other red dots. When you were, were you standing there? Were other people around you?
Yes.
When you were standing there in that moment with the other people around you after you've called your friends once, was that other group, did they appear to be afraid to you?
Afraid from me?
Afraid, did they appear? When you look at them, do they look like they're in fear?
No, absolutely.
What does it look
not.
like to you?
They're all laughing and enjoying themselves
At whose expense?
at my expense.
And
Wait. Speculation as to what these are sustained. Speculation as to what other people think. Next question.
how did you feel in that moment when they were around you saying those things? Did you think they wanted you to join in their laughter?
No. it was-
Where, if this fear scale is going, is it staying at 1 or is it moving in a particular direction?
It's creeping up.
Yeah, we might watch the police interrogation. I haven't seen it yet, but I did hear about like the lies that he told.
Showing you another set of slides here, 2328, 2311, 2382. Do you remember, what do you remember about that?
I remember the young boys are yelling, pointing at me, saying things that are not true.
Were you able to see, like in this next slide, this 2429, 2440, 2401, were you able to see as you stood there what everybody was doing? Were you able to scan and see that?
For a brief second, yes.
Okay.
They were very close. They were really close.
If he didn't have the knife as defense, they would have definitely gone to jump him. I think if he didn't have the knife, I think he would have just left. Like, honest to God, I think that if he didn't have the knife, he would have just been like, okay, well, I'm leaving.
To me, I could see and hear them.
How about your fear scale there? Where is it? Where is it?
About 2 or 3.
Okay. I see in the one on the right there, you have your hand someplace. Can you tell me what you're doing with your right hand?
Yes, I'm reaching for my pocket knife
Why?
because at one point my fear was getting really high.
Who is the guy? This is the guy who is accused. He's on trial for 1 count of first-degree intentional homicide and 4 counts of... What's the other one? 4 counts of attempted first-degree homicide, which I don't know if the jury is going to get him for first-degree intentional homicide. I don't know. I feel like... I don't know. I don't know if they're going to get him on that.
Okay.
The intentional
was
part,
getting
I don't
ready
know.
to-
But like I said, you could argue that like, oh, if you have your knife out and you're stabbing people, your intention was to kill them. I think that it was his intention to hurt them. I don't know if it was his intention to kill them, but I don't know. Maybe that's what they're arguing.
Pull it out.
Do you remember, other than what you talked about, Madison Cohen pulling you, which we saw, do you remember anybody else touching, pushing, grabbing you in any way?
The 2 ladies, yeah.
Do you,
Madison.
showing you here what's 2472, 2478, 2481.
Yeah,
Do you
we can do another
remember
poll.
what's happening in those photos?
Yes. This one, the lady on my right side, she grabbed my arm and she was pushing against my arm.
And did that increase your level of comfort or increase your level of fear or something different?
So it decreased my level, the level of comfort and increased my my fear.
Do you remember, at some point, do you take your knife out of your pocket?
Yes, I do.
Do you know when that is in relation to these slides? Do you have a memory exactly of when that is?
Not exactly, but when they were pushing and poking at me, I remember I pulled it out then.
Okay. Do you remember, did you have it out before you were punched or after you were punched?
Before I was punched.
Okay. Showing you another set of slides here. It looks like do you remember doing something with your left hand?
Yeah, at that moment, I really needed my people to come over and help me, so I was trying to get their attention.
One more slide here.
Chad Daybell,
Do
yeah.
you,
Hi, Kiki.
what's happening here in the slide?
Madison is pushing on my left shoulder and basically yelling at me right in my face.
And then on the next slide, we see something in your hand. Is that right?
That's a knife.
Why did you take out your knife at that point?
I was beginning to be afraid.
What? No way. That was self-defense. Hold on. A case similar happened local to me. 2 kids from my high school were arguing, fighting, and one left the fight, went to his truck, grabbed a gun, came back and shot. What? No way. Maybe there's something that's like missing in there. No way. If you went back, if you left the scene, you could have just left and stayed left, right? But the fact that like they came back with a gun, no. Maybe there's something we're missing. I don't know.
And what was it about that moment where everybody is that made you so fearful that you took out your knife?
I was surrounded. They were yelling. They had just pushed me. Well, the lady, they squeezed my arm. I mean, it seemed like they were not backing away.
Hi, Jimbo. Yes. don't get
Previously, you
sad.
turned around. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you feel comfortable turning around in this situation?
No,
Why not?
they're too close to me.
What happened the last time that you turned around?
Nothing good.
Judge, this
Good place to break.
may as well be.
All right, it's 12 noon. Let's break for lunch. You'll be taken downstairs to the assembly room again. Please no conversation about the case amongst yourselves or with anybody else. Do not conduct any independent research or investigation. And, excuse me, do not use your devices.
Lunch break. Okay. They're back from lunch break, actually. Let's just get up, stretch for a second, y'all. Ugh, stretch those stiff muscles. And let's use the bathroom. I'll be back in 2 minutes and we'll watch the rest of his testimony because they are back from lunch break. Yay. Right around here. Okay, go use the bathroom. TikTok brain rot is real. All right, y'all. Hello. I hope you guys got up. Got a good stretchy. Got some waters. You know, interestingly enough, I started streaming. The first case that I started streaming was a case in, where was this? Was it in Washington or something? It was a bar stabbing case. So what happened was there were two different groups that were at this bar. Everyone was drinking. And a guy from one group tried to approach the girl in the other group. And he was being kind of aggressive with her. And this was like kind of throughout the night. And at some point, the guys in her group tried to defend her, I believe. And they were like getting, like, I think everyone was leaving and like a fist fight ensues. I think the guy goes back to his car. He grabs his knife. He comes back. And then he like starts like stabbing people. Which is pretty interesting because like that was like the first case that I started streaming on YouTube. It's different from this one, but and then from that case I moved on from, I was like, hey, maybe I'll keep streaming court cases on online. And so after the bar trial one, after that concluded, I was like, okay, what's coming up next? Like, oh, there's a Johnny Depp and Amber Heard one. I guess we'll watch it. And that's how I got into the whole Johnny Depp Amber Heard court case. Time flies. Time flies. You know that case? Yeah, I don't know if I did a bad job summarizing it, but they did find him guilty though. But this is before court cases were huge because when they would live stream court cases, y'all, they would show the autopsy photos. They would show the dead bodies like on the live stream. Ever since streaming stuff has become pretty big with live court stuff, I haven't seen that since. Because remember when Jodi Arias, remember back then when that trial was like kind of big? We had pictures of Travis Scott, I think. I don't know if did they show that in court? Is that why there's so many pictures out there? Shit, his name is Travis Scott. His name's not Travis Scott. His name is Travis. What's his last name again? Jodi Arias. Travis Alexander. My bad. Travis Scott is like the the music artist. But yeah, because I remember when I was like just getting into true crime stuff online, I was very surprised at how many photos there were of the victims when they were deceased. I'm like, why is this like all over the internet? I don't know. I felt really bad for the families and stuff. So I don't know in Travis Alexander's if his photos got leaked or did they just show them during the Jodi Arias' trial? I think they just showed them in trial, right? Guys, shut up. Letitia, they showed, no, I think so I'm talking about like for live streams. I know in the courtroom, they'll show to the jury. Yes, because the jury has to see them. But for live streams, nowadays, they tend to not show any of that. Like, you know, Maggie, Paul didn't show any of that. May have been accidentally shown, or someone may have like taken a picture when they're not supposed to and then leaked to the internet. But I know the Gannon one, I know at some point, somehow those became, people were able to reach out to the office, and I don't know if they accidentally included the autopsy photos or not. But yeah, I do remember that whole thing that went down with that YouTuber. You watched the entire case with Ezra 2 years ago. That case was insane. Well, one of the lawyers representing NICOLAE MIU represented Ezra. So if you're talking about Ezra McCandles. All right, guys. You guys ready? Do you also watch police interactions? Like body cam footages. Is that what you mean by police interactions? Body cam footages, and I like watching police interrogations. It was the clerk of courts. Yeah, like, did they do it? Was it accidental? Was there not a law yet that covers, I don't know, victims under a certain age? Like, autopsy photos of them shouldn't be released, stuff like that? Yeah, one attorney, so he has two attorneys apparently. One attorney represented Ezra McCandles, and the other attorney represented Kyle Rittenhouse.
You are still under oath.
You all ready? All right, let's go.
Mr. Nelson.
Thank you. Can I have the screen? Mr. MIU, when we finished, I think we were getting to the chronological space that we had begun the morning on, and so I want to start from there again and then move forward from there. Does that make sense?
Yes.
When I had asked you before, you talked about how you felt, but since that time, you've told the jury that you had this fear scale, okay? So I want to ask you about, at this time, what we see here, what you previously described the scene, right? How were you feeling on the fear scale?
About a 6, 7.
Okay. And at some point, I think you told them before, but just so
Sorry,
we
I
can
turned
put
it
it into
down.
the context here, did you do something in response to something that was done to you when you're standing there in this moment?
Yes, after I was pushed, and both sides, I would say, squeezed, I was afraid, so I pulled out my knife.
Okay. Did you do something with your left hand at some point?
Yes, I did.
What'd you do with your left hand?
I pushed her away. I
And when you
pushed
say you
Madison.
Push Madison away. Was the purpose in that to have
Wait, so now he said he pushed her away, but earlier he said he didn't make contact? So is he saying that, like, he signaled to push her away, but he just didn't make contact, I guess?
contact with her and to get her to back up?
Yes,
Did you have a purpose to cause her pain? Contact with her? And you
pushed
say you
Madison.
push
away.
Madison away. Was the purpose in that to have contact with her and to get her to back up?
Yes,
Did you have a purpose to cause her pain?
no,
Were you trying to hurt her?
no.
What were you trying to do?
I was trying to push her away from my space. She was right in my space, in my face.
Why didn't you just back up?
Couldn't back up at that moment.
Okay, when you say you couldn't back up, why not?
I
Because
would've-
you felt uncomfortable or were you,
Objection
Be-
leading.
because I would have
No,
had,
Wait, there's an objection.
Yeah, stop
Sustained
leading.
on leading. Next question.
wasn't done with it? Were you uncomfortable or was there a wall behind you or was there some other reason? Why did you feel like you couldn't back up?
I didn't feel safe turning my back on those people.
Okay, how about just taking a step backwards?
Well, I was standing my ground. I didn't move towards anybody.
Okay.
They were coming at me.
When you raised your left hand and you did that, do you recall when you pushed her away having contact with her?
I may have, yes.
Okay. Do you remember in particular where, if at all, you touched her?
No,
Would it surprise you if you touched her?
no,
Was that, in fact, your purpose in pushing her away?
absolutely.
Oh, okay. I think this sounds better. I thought he said that he didn't have contact with her earlier in his testimony, though. Anyways, I think this sounds better.
She was in my space.
I want to move forward here.
Do they talk during lunch break? They can't talk during lunch break, right? Like, hey, by the way, earlier you said this. Maybe it's better if you say this. Oh shit! Hold on, sorry, I muted. Ah!
And you can turn the slide off, I guess. After you did that, right? Did something happen to you?
Yeah,
Did people do something to you?
yeah.
What was done to you?
Yeah, almost right away I got punched and fell in
And
the water
where did you get punched?
on my face, on my side of the head.
Now, you've had a chance to watch this video, correct?
Yes,
Have you had a chance to see these 4,800 slides?
yes,
Prior to seeing that, did you remember everything?
no,
Have the video or the slides helped you to refresh your memory in some way?
a lot.
Have you remembered everything because you've seen that?
Not everything, no,
Okay. Do you remember something different than what you see in the video?
no.
You don't remember any of the things different that you see in the video, like you talked about the goggles?
Objection leading.
Overruled. We're just trying to reorient the witness to a place where examination can continue.
Are there some times when your memory is different from what the video is?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Now, this series that I want to show you is about things that were done to you, okay?
Yes.
Do you have a specific memory about everything that was done to you?
No.
Do you have a specific
Oh, they're talking about two different times. First, when Madison came to him, he made no contact with. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Thank you. Yeah, Wisconsin does not have a stand your ground law. Stand your ground laws in other states generally allow for a person to claim self-defense without first needing to retreat when outside their home or business. Wisconsin also does not have affirmative duty to retreat. But this is what I found. Apparently, the state's case law allows juries to consider a failure to retreat when evaluating the necessities of a person's use of force in public. So I wonder if that's going to be included in the jury instruction.
memory about everything that you did in response to what was done to you?
No.
Do you have a memory about how you felt in those moments?
I would say yes, I do.
Do you
Because I think to the jury, it's going to be very important what kind of initial physical contact he had with Madison. And that's the one that was not caught on camera. So it's possible for the jury, if they think that he was just trying to like she was like getting like in his personal space, she was like touching him and he was just trying to like get her off. It's possible that the jury could just be like, okay, maybe it's not a punch, maybe it's not a slap. But if the jury believes that, he initiated it by slapping her, punching her, pushing her in the face, like really like harshly to the point where her sunglasses fell off, then maybe they'll be like, okay, well, he was the one that provoked it and escalated even further. So I don't know. I think it's going to be, I think it's going to be very hard for the jury. Super, super fucking hard. Because this was not caught on camera. It was not caught on camera. This is a
have a
tough
memory
one.
of what you believed in those moments based upon those feelings?
Of course.
So I want to show you the slide here. And this is slide 2661, 2662, and 2681. That's fine.
Yeah, this is direct examination by his
Do you remember how you
attorney. The state will cross-examine after this.
felt when you fell back into the water?
I was, number one, I was stunned. That's why I fell backwards. I was very afraid, of course,
On this fear scale that you've talked about before, where are you on that scale from 0 to 10? Have
right at the top, 10.
you ever been at that 10 before in your life?
Never been in a situation like this or a fight in my life.
Have you ever been at a 10?
Never.
When you did that, as we see on the right, what happened to your head?
Oh, well, I fell in the water. Obviously, that's a river, and I hit my head on river rock, and my whole body went under. Well,
Okay.
my head went underwater.
When you say your head went under, is that what it felt like?
Yes,
Did you feel water come over your face?
over my
Objection.
entire body.
Hold on,
Yes,
hold on. What's the objection?
Leading.
Sustained.
Where did you feel the water on your body?
over my face, my mouth.
Okay.
I felt like I was submerged in water at the moment.
Did you try to get up?
Yes,
Why did you want to get up? Why didn't you just lay down there peacefully in the water?
to drown? No, I wouldn't want to do that. I wanted to get up out of the water.
At that moment when you're down in the water, had anybody like A.J. Martin come up to you and said, just lay there and rest?
Somebody came from behind. Yes, I found out.
I don't know if he was ever enlisted in the military. I think one of his friends testified and said that he thought he might have because he's not sure. But I think I also heard that he did leave Romania when he was 16. And I think when they dug deep at the friend's testimony, I think the friend ended up saying that he wasn't really sure whether or not he was ever like enlisted in the military or not. So I don't know if there was any other witnesses that were able to back that claim. Maybe.
Later who he was and pushed me down and to keep me in the water.
Before that, when you tried to get up, do you remember feeling anything before that? You told them,
Yeah,
did you feel anything to any part of your head?
yes, of course.
What did you feel?
Felt punched in the head.
Showing you the next slides, is that 2701, 2705, 2706? What's happening to you there?
I'm getting hit on the head.
How many times at that point is your memory of watching the video and your memory of experiencing this, have you been hit in the head now, but either by people or by the ground or by the water?
4 times at least.
Okay. At this point in time, where's your fear scale?
At 10.
When this happened to you, did you immediately get up or did you fall back in the water or did something else happen?
I tried getting up, but I couldn't.
Did you, at some point, did you feel something on your backside?
There was somebody pushing me down.
And when you felt that on your backside, did you feel anything else anywhere else?
I got hit in the face in the front of my head.
And is that exhibit here, 2147, do you see that hand through the underarm there?
Yes,
Do you remember getting hit in the head there?
yes,
Was that a gentle hit?
no,
When you're getting hit in the head here again, where are you at on the fear scale at that point?
10,
Have you been able to get up out of the water?
no.
How many people do you know? How many people are attacking you?
At the time, I didn't know, but I knew there were more than I could handle.
Did it feel like it was, how many people did it feel like?
Like 10,
Okay. You've seen the video and you responded at some point, is that right?
yes,
And you used your knife in response.
yes.
Why'd you use your knife?
I feared for my life.
Did you think you could get out of there without using your knife?
I couldn't even get up. They're pushing me down. No, so the answer is no.
In that time when you're down on the ground, did you think there was a way for you to escape?
No,
Did you feel like you could just crawl away or run away or walk away or do anything else to escape?
not in that position.
The next day after this, July 31st, were you in the, did you feel, how did your body feel the next day?
I hurt everywhere. My head hurt, my throat hurt, obviously my back hurt. I hurt everywhere.
You said your throat hurt. Is that something you remembered that day before when you were speaking with Brandy Hart?
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
Did you mention it to Brandy Hart?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you see anything, when you felt the pain about your throat, did you see anything that refreshed your memory about what caused that pain to your throat?
After watching the video, yes.
Okay. What happened?
I got hit in the throat.
Do you remember that now?
Yes,
If I can. Showing you the slides 2993, 2994, and 2997. Is that you?
yes.
What's happening to you there?
Somebody is going for my throat, squeezing my throat.
Do you remember how that felt?
I felt pain. I couldn't breathe. Scared.
I feel like she must have footage. Someone was like, maybe she called 911, but I was like, I don't know. This looks like she's recording. Did anyone ever talk to her?
Afraid.
I'm showing you the next set of slides here, 2998, 99, and 3000. What did you think was going to happen to you in that moment?
The whole time I felt like I was going to die, so basically I feared for my life.
And in
That's when
response to
Isaac was
that, your
dead.
slide 3000, did you do something in response to that?
I reached out and stabbed him.
When you used your knife, and again, this is open-ended, you can ask it any way you want. Were you trying to kill somebody?
Absolutely not.
What were you trying to do?
I was just trying to defend myself.
After this was, again, we've seen the video, you talked to Investigator Hart. So I want to ask you a little bit about that for a moment. Make sense?
Mhm.
Do you independently, well, let me say, you've watched the video here in court, correct?
Yes,
And you watched the video prior to that. We've watched it together, right?
yes.
Does watching that video refresh your memory? Do you have an independent memory of that conversation with Investigator
I
Hart?
know.
Do you remember what it is you said other than seeing things on the video?
Other than I lied about the knife, that's what I remember, afterward. Yeah, I lied about the knife.
Do you remember actually saying that in that moment, or you just remember seeing that and that's what you remember seeing?
I remember seeing it in the video.
Okay. Do you remember how you were feeling during that time at all? Have any memory about that?
Not much.
Just one other thing out of the timeline here. Since that time, we've heard testimony, you have a twin brother.
Yes,
Is he here in the courtroom?
yes.
Objection relevance, Your Honor. Overruled. You may continue.
Just briefly, because I want to ask you about conversations that you may have had with your twin brother. Just briefly. How do you feel about your twin brother?
I love him.
Objection. That's irrelevant, Your Honor.
During this time, have you had conversations with your twin brother?
Yes,
Do you consider there to be anybody that you're really, maybe your wife, anybody you're closer to than your twin brother?
No.
You and your twin brother, when you speak, what language do you speak in?
Romanian.
Why do you speak in Romanian with your twin brother?
It's the easiest way to find words to describe what we're thinking.
Okay. Is that where you grew up?
That's the first language.
Are there times when you've spoke with your brother that you've talked about this, what happened to you on the river?
Yes.
Is your memory about what you did or what was done to you, is it any better when you talk to your brother than it is when you talk about other times?
No.
Are you always getting it right?
No.
How about your feelings? Your memory about your feelings? Do you get those right?
Yes, but almost all the time. The feeling is imprinted in my heart, my soul, my mind.
Hey, Kylie.
Let me, just for a moment, I'll bring us back to the river on July 30th, okay? At some, I think you'd said on the video and maybe you testified that people attacked you, is that right?
Correct.
At some point, did people stop attacking you?
No.
At some point, did people stop attacking you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
When people stopped attacking you, what did you do?
I walk away.
Okay. Why didn't you stay?
Oh God. I walked away towards my group where it was safe. I was afraid of the people that I just had contact with.
When you're walking away, you've talked about this fear scale.
Wait, 1 in chat if you guys have seen the video. 2 in chat if you have not seen the video.
Where are you on the
Where they're
fear scale?
grabbing the still shots from.
Does it just go down right to 0? Does it stay at 10? Does something else happen?
No, as soon as I saw the people I trusted, my fear level started creeping down.
You say creeping down. When you're walking back, can you give us where are you on that scale?
As I was getting closer to my group, the fear factor is going lower and lower.
But when you first start walking back, what's the number value?
About 8.
When you get back to the tubes, what's the number level?
Lots of ones.
About
1.
4, 5.
Hey, Ditto.
I think we didn't talk about it. We've talked a little bit about your body response during this brief time. When you start walking back, how's your body responding to you?
I had cramps. I felt like I had diarrhea, so I felt like I lost my bowel.
Was that
Which I did.
Was that when you were walking back, or was that when you were in that 10 seconds of things happening to you and you responding?
I was when the action was going on in the 10-second frame.
You got diarrhea.
Yes.
When you were walking back, what else is your body? What are you feeling with your body?
Well, heartbeat is
Wait, so we're talking about this is like the aftermath? Wait, then how did he end up stabbing the last kid? I always get this all mixed up. So first the first stabbing was the yellow shorts kid. That was the one that had his intestines out. The second one was was the yellow shorts. It was a yellow shorts guy, and then it was the girl in the bikini, and then it went back to blue denim, and then Isaac, the one that had his hands on like his throat right here. And then I'm not quite sure when the last one happened, right? When did the last one happen again? Or am I just getting it mixed up? Hit the like, guys. Oh, yeah, hit the like button. Yeah, when was the last one again? Was that off camera?
Was that when you were walking back, or was that when you were in that 10 seconds of things happening to you and you responding?
I was when the action was going on in the 10-second frame.
You got diarrhea.
Yes.
When you were walking back, what else is your body? What are you feeling with your body?
Well, heartbeat is getting when I'm walking back, the heartbeat was very
What's the last one, Isaac? There's yellow, girl, denim, Isaac. Right? Yeah. I think it was off camera. I do get that confused. Yeah. Because it happens so quickly. Yellow shorts, and then Riley. Jean shorts, and then Isaac. Oh, right. That was Dante. Yeah. I don't know when Dante got stabbed. Did Dante get stabbed after Riley? Because I know Dante and Riley were in the same group.
very, very high. Now it's going down a little bit, breathing, that's what I remember. I was super, super stressed.
How about your head? As you're going back, is your head clear? Is your head in a different state? How can you describe like what's going on in your head?
My head was in a fog. It was like thick fog. I couldn't realize what I've been through.
Isaac was the one that died. The 17-year-old who was from the original group, and he was the one that was wearing like the purple shorts.
Were you trying to make sense of it?
I was trying, but there was no sense to be made. I was completely confused and in a fog.
And when you walked away, you had the knife in your hand, is that right?
Yep.
When you got to your group, did you still have the knife?
No.
What happened to the knife?
On the way back, I tossed it on the bank.
And you just made with your right hand kind of an underhand motion
Yeah.
with your right hand from, at your side, raising up to maybe level with you. Is that fair representation of what you were describing?
Correct.
Why'd you toss the knife?
I don't know. I was afraid. I felt like I had to throw it away.
What were you afraid of at that point?
I was,
No, Alex, I think no matter if you think it's self-defense or not, I think everyone agrees about the camera guy. I think everyone hates the camera guy. Yeah, everyone hates the camera guy. I don't know if we had any sympathy for the camera guy. I mean, like, yes, it sucks that his friends were the ones that were getting stabbed and stuff like that. But what was really off-putting was when the camera was turned to him and then he put it in selfie mode and, like, it's like, I don't know. You could be like, oh, he was so shocked or he didn't know how to act. Like, yeah, you could say that. But, like, it just looks really, really, really bad. Like, I think that's one thing that everyone here can agree on, that the cameraman... I don't know, maybe because I think he knew at that point there was blood and he knew that there was like stabbings. Yeah, I think everyone can agree on the cameraman for sure.
overwhelmed with just fear, residual fear. And I didn't want to have anything to do with that.
Okay. We've heard testimony that eventually you get back to the tubes. Does that happen?
Yeah.
Where's your memory about that? Right now, as you sit here, because we don't have a video about that, we don't have photos of that, what's your memory like about that?
Right, because wasn't the cameraman, wasn't he the one that was just like yelling like stupid shit too? He was like saying like for the culture. Oh, yeah. Yikes. I actually thought the cameraman, I thought he actually got stabbed too, because I thought that's why the blood was trailing where they were. But I was thinking like, oh, duh, the blood probably just went downstream. That's probably why. But I thought he was the one that was stabbed too. And that's why he was like kind of like screeching and like yelling and stuff like that.
Barely remember anything.
Do you remember talking to people?
I remember people trying to talk to me, but I don't know. I don't remember what I said.
Okay. You've heard some testimony about things that you might have said. Are you denying you said any of those things?
No.
Do you know what you said?
After watching the video, yes.
The video isn't of, I'm confused. The tubes, there's no video of you at the tubes. When you say,
Oh, after.
were you talking about Brandy Hart's statement?
Yes, yes.
Okay. About what you said to the people at the tubes. Do you have any memory of that?
No.
Okay. When you're sitting there at the tubes, how were you feeling in your head? You talked about this fog, right? If you could put that on a scale, where is that?
I still couldn't, my head was in a thick cloud. I couldn't understand what just happened. Still trying to process everything. I was overwhelmed.
Did you think at any point you were just casual about what had happened?
No.
Did this feel casual to you in any way?
No.
At some point, you saw the video here, you had contact with the police, is that right?
Yes.
You had sat in the back of a squad car of the Sheriff Knutson, is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember much of anything about that?
No.
Do you remember, you've seen some of the videos today, can you tell us, what do you remember?
Nothing.
Okay. Nothing at all? How about a feeling? Do you remember a feeling at all?
Yeah, I was still very afraid.
Okay. When you say very afraid, what were you afraid of at that point?
Well, I've been through a horror situation, but in their presence, I wasn't that afraid, but I was stunned.
Yeah, it could be a hung jury.
Don't remember much about it.
Do you remember watching the video here in court when the police were talking about a guy with a bat?
Oh, yeah,
Do you remember anything about that?
a little bit.
Do you remember how that made you feel?
Oh, yeah,
How-
I felt very afraid of him. Very afraid.
We watched the video of you with Sheriff Knutson. That was about 23 seconds long. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Have you watched a longer portion of that video with your attorneys?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember saying more things to Sheriff Knutson after that?
I don't remember.
Okay, that's fine.
I doubt y'all have ever been in a fight. Y'all probably yelling World Star on the sidelines. 1 in chat if you have been in a fight before, like a physical fight. 2 in chat if you haven't. I'm just curious. If you don't want to answer, don't answer. 3 in chat if you're like, I'm not telling you, Corgi.
We saw a video here about your being arrested and told that you were arrested for homicide. Did you remember that?
After watching the video, memory came back, but I don't remember that.
Okay.
Naturally.
When
See a
you're
theory?
talking with either, at some point you go and you meet with Investigator Hart, is that right?
Yeah.
You're a 1.
When they were talking about
You were physically attacked.
homicides and injuries, can you tell me what's your mindset? Did that make sense to you? Did you understand that?
No.
Do siblings fight
It-
count?
it-
Sibling fights. Depends on how severe and physical it was and how old you were, I guess.
I couldn't make any sense of anything that she was telling me. I just couldn't make sense of it. Plus, I don't remember the meeting with her.
Okay. Right now, as you sit here, you're like, I don't remember that.
Right.
The feelings, now, some of the times that you talk with Randy Hart, you talk about what you saw happening or heard happening or what you did. Do you remember that?
Yes. Yeah.
Do you get all of that right?
No.
Your feelings, when you were talking about your feelings, about how you believed and your fear.
I feared for my life. That's one thing I can't deny. That's embedded in my head forever. I feared for my life. I know that. I have nightmares about it.
You've talked, tell us about those nightmares.
I have them every night.
What happens in those nightmares?
Wait, what's the age gap between you and your brother? Me and my brother used to throw down when we were young teens.
It's just, these nightmares are irrelevant. The fact that he had them, maybe, but not the content. No.
Can I
Yes,
approach?
Yes, yes.
He had major heart surgery like a couple years ago. I think you can still go tubing. Tubing seems like a very chill activity to do with friends.
Nick, I want to ask you some questions about those nightmares, okay? Just to put it in just this tight little box, okay?
Oh, wait a second. Hold on. I'm fucking up the timelines because this happened 2 years ago. Wait, when did he have major heart surgery? I thought he had major heart surgery like a couple years before the incident. When did that happen? I'm not thinking straight. Yesterday I was so hungry I wasn't thinking straight. 2020? Okay. So it was like 2 years before, right? Yeah, okay. I remember 2020. I was thinking 4 years because I'm thinking of 2024 to 2020. Okay, so major heart surgery 2020 and then 2 years later. Okay.
You've had nightmares?
Yes.
And the nightmares have been about what happened to you on the Apple River when you were attacked.
Correct.
And the nightmares are essentially a replaying of what it is that happened. Agreed?
Correct.
And when you have those nightmares, your body responds.
Yes.
Leaded?
They've already been.
When you used the knife, did you believe you were under attack?
Yes.
Why?
Because at that point they've already been pushing and tugging and
When you used the knife, had they done anything more than pushing or tugging? Did
they
you?
punched me. They pushed me down. They threw me in the water. I hit my head. Yes. So
When you decided to use your knife, were you using it to prevent an attack or stop the attack that was
I'm
happening?
confused who's questioning him. So he's under direct examination by his attorney. After this, the state would do a cross-examination on him. And that's when the tough questions are coming.
to defend myself.
Did you believe you needed to use that knife?
Absolutely.
In that moment in time, again, as you've described it, they pushed you down into the water, you've been punched. That's the moment of time I want to ask you about, okay?
Yeah.
In that moment of time when you were down in the water, did you believe you could escape?
No.
What do you believe would have happened to you had you not used your knife?
I would have died. I believe I would have been killed that day.
Why'd
Or
you,
at that specific time
why'd you use your knife?
to defend myself.
Those are the only questions I have, Judge.
Oh, that was
Understand.
quick. Oh my God, this trial is moving on so quickly. Are we cross-examination now? Cross-examination? All right, y'all, we have the cross-examination of NICOLAE MIU. I don't know if I'm pronouncing his name right. And I'm sure the state will get, or I'm sure the defense will get a redirect afterwards, I guess. Is tubing culture to drink and float? Yeah, I like the floating part, not the jerking part. But I don't know. I just like being in the water. I want to go tubing so bad. I'm gonna go to Austin this weekend, and I think the weather is not good enough to go tubing. I don't know. I just like being in the water. I just want to float. I love water sports and like just like water activities. It just seems really fun. But what sucks with tubing though is if you tube and the water's not deep enough, then you finna get some rocks shoved up your butt, okay? I remember when we went tubing, there were like these like the water was not that high enough. So like whenever you would go down certain spots, you have these like giant rocks just like slamming into your butt, into your thighs. Like it's actually really painful. So yeah, tubing is fun. Just make sure the water's higher. You're gonna get some injuries.
An approach, Judge.
The students lied about how much they drink the library, everything. I mean, both sides be lying. Everyone be lying in this case.
Bring the
Oh,
knife
shit.
from.
Shit.
Here's
Did we start already? Hello?
myself.
Okay.
Those are the only questions I have, Judge.
Just missed that.
An approach, Judge.
Did Min says Fox 9 Live poll is at 51% not guilty, 14% hung jury. I don't know. I'm thinking hung jury. Maybe even not guilty, I guess. That's what I think the jury might vote. Is there a poll on Court TV or Law and Crime? Maybe I can pull it up.
Right?
Yeah, I had a, like,
Showing what the
years.
mark to the 12A. Recognize that?
Yes,
That's the group photo of you folks from the beginning of the river.
Yep.
In fact, you're holding a beer.
correct.
Looks like everybody in your group has some sort of alcoholic beverage.
Looks like it.
There's no poll.
You see numerous people in your group with these phone cases around their necks.
Yeah.
And as you're going down the river, you saw lots of people with phone cases around their necks, right?
Mhm.
All day long?
Yeah.
In fact, River's Edge sells or rents out those phone cases, right?
I don't know that.
Yeah, unfortunately, the attorney walked away from the microphone. That's why you could barely hear it. Also, if you're listening on... Oh, actually, no. My stream fixes it. Okay. Yeah.
People in your group rent or buy phone cases from the tube rental?
I have no
stand?
idea.
Right? You've testified that you were told to bring the knife before you left your home, right?
Correct.
And the reason for bringing your knife on the river was to cut strings or ropes for the tubes, right?
Correct.
And that was the reason you brought it.
Correct.
In fact, you told the police that after your tubes were tied together, you thought you put your knife back in the car, right?
Correct.
But in fact, it was in your pocket.
Yes.
Was it in your pocket the whole day?
No.
All right, well, we're going to get to that. Once the tubes are tied together with the rope, and you said that you thought that you put it back in your car, you don't have a reason to have the knife anymore, right? It accomplished its purpose, right?
I didn't know that at the time.
Right? Did you tell the cops, the police, that you didn't think you were going to need it, and that's why you thought you put it in the car?
I may have.
All right. Were you present when Steve Kaufman, who owns River's Edge, testified first day of the trial?
Yes.
And you heard him say that they sell pre-cut cords for $1, right?
Right.
All right. And then, did you see in the picture, when you got on the river, you were wearing that long sleeve camel shirt, right?
Mhm.
A hat and sunglasses?
Correct.
Ariel's phone was in one of those cases, right?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, I can see it.
All right. And is it your understanding that those cases are float cases?
That's what I was told.
All right. And in fact, you told Lieutenant Hart that it wasn't a float case, right?
Correct.
Once the phone disappeared, there was conversation amongst the folks in your group about whether it was even worth it to go look for it, right?
That's what I learned.
And in fact, you were told that they didn't care about the lost phone because they had insurance to cover it, right?
That's what I learned here, but I don't remember that as a conversation.
Nobody asked you to go look for the phone, right?
Correct.
You chose to do that on your own.
I volunteered.
And in fact, members of your group were a little annoyed that you were stopping again so quickly after having been at the hideaway where you'd stopped for lunch.
Sustained.
Did you hear anybody in your group say, why are we stopping again?
I didn't stop the group.
The group stopped when you decided to go off on your own to look for this phone, right?
Overruled.
right?
They already stopped. I got off the tube to look for so I didn't stop them.
In any event, you're the one who insisted on looking for it. Nobody asked you to do that, right?
Sustained.
And when you left to go look for the phone, you had your goggles and your snorkel, right? You knew that the phone was in a float bag, at least that's what you told police afterwards, right? Is that a yes?
Yes,
So the bag, the phone and the float bag would have been floating, right?
supposedly,
All right, and so you wouldn't need a snorkeling goggles to find a phone floating on top of the water, right?
I wasn't sure if it was actually floating or not, never tested it.
All right, well, you would agree that a phone has some weight to it,
Yes,
and if it wasn't a float bag, it would sink to the bottom, right?
yes,
Where it was dropped.
correct. Well, or remember, it's a river, so it
Correct.
could have flown down.
The river has current, right?
Right. So it got,
Oh, the phone was on a float bag. Okay, I thought the guy just like had his phone in his pocket and it just like fell out or something like that.
I'm going to approach, I'm going to draw something here.
Yes.
Now, you remember when you met with Lieutenant Hart, you drew a diagram of the river. All right, and this is your group up here at the sandbar, right?
Mhm.
This is the boys' group down here.
We can't
This
see.
was IS for Isaac Schumann, right?
Correct.
This is this is the diagram that you wrote, drew for Lieutenant Hart. The phone was lost over here, right?
Mhm.
Instead of looking downstream for it where the current was going, you went this way, across the current.
No.
To look for the phone. You made contact with Isaac Schumann's group on the other side of the river.
but that's not where I started looking for it, straight across the river.
That's where you ended up making contact with
I
them.
ended up there, but I didn't start there.
All right. The
Oh my God,
phone
I can't
would not have floated across the current, right?
Well, I don't know where he lost it. That's where we pulled over. He could have lost it minutes before we even anchored.
So when you testified a minute ago that the phone was lost, where your group was labeled M, now you're changing that story?
In that vicinity.
Yeah, it's because it happened so quickly and some of it was like out of frame, Samuel. So do I want to play the video again? I don't know. One in chat if you want me to play the video again when the stabbings happen. Two if you're like, I'm good. We already watched it. Let me know.
Again, members of the jury, what the attorneys say is not evidence. Rely on the witness's testimony. Next question, please.
In any event, it's your testimony that you had reason to go over to the south side of the river where Isaac Schumann's group was,
You want to see it again?
to look for a phone. That's your story?
I had reason to search in that area. I didn't know where that phone fell in the water. I don't think even Ariel knew where he lost it. We didn't drop the phone when we anchored. He dropped the phone before we got there.
Fair to say that at that point in the river is 150 feet wide,
Yep,
and Isaac Schumann's group was on the south side of the river.
correct.
Your group's on the north side of the river.
100 feet.
Rather than searching the north side, you went to the south side of the river. Is that fair to say?
I already looked in that area.
That's not what I'm asking. You went over to the south side of the river, right?
Overruled. You can answer the question.
You did,
Yeah, I
right?
think it's going to be very important for him to stay really calm, really collected. I think it'll look really good for the jury for him to be just like super chill and calm when he's answering these questions. And it's really hard under cross-examination because you're dealing with like, you know, an adversary on the other side. Is this, oh, my display captures. Oh, whoops. Did I not take this off? My bad. It happens really quickly. All right, so at this point, they're kind of surrounding him. They're laughing at him. This is when the alleged him hitting Madison happens. Like right around here is when the alleged hitting Madison happens. Sorry, let me mute it. Right here. And that's why he gets shoved into the water. So he gets shoved into the water. He gets slapped. He gets pushed. This is when one of the stabbings happened. This is the first stabbing with yellow shorts. Keep an eye on this girl right here. She gets stabbed next. So he gets up. This guy's trying to push people away, trying to de-escalate. This is the blue denims guy. He turns around because something's going on between him and the girl. He said he was trying to get his attention. At this point, this is when the girl gets sliced. This guy comes back. He's put his hand on his back. This guy, blue denim shorts right there, he gets sliced. So you can see the girl right there. She got stabbed here because she's kind of like touching her side right there. And then, sorry, for those of you guys who already saw this, I know we went through this yesterday, but there's some people who want to see it again. This point, she's like, what the fuck just happened? At this point, everyone thought they just got punched. Like a low jab punch. So she's like, what the fuck? Meanwhile, this guy right here, he's like going up to him. And then he gets stabbed twice. There's like 2 jabbing motions. Like 1, 2. He gets stabbed twice. And this is the part where I thought it was the same person. It was a denim guy. This is where Isaac comes in. So Isaac comes in. That happens. And that's when Isaac gets stabbed. And Isaac dies apparently almost immediately. And apparently Dante gets stabbed. But I don't know when Dante got stabbed. So that's the yellow shorts guy. That's the first guy that got stabbed. That's the guy with the intestines. Yeah, I don't know when. I have no idea when Dante gets stabbed. Maybe around here? No, because he's already walking away. I don't know when Dante gets stabbed. I'm sure it was said in the opening statements, but I think I was just like really confused at the presentation. That I wasn't really sure. And everyone's just like backing away. Like no one's like really helping this kid. I think some people are coming over to help him. I don't know. This guy just like the cameraman just like backs away. A lot of people don't like the cameraman because he's like backing away. He's like saying things and then like he turns the camera to himself and then he does like the whole selfie thing, which people really did not like, myself included. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not quite sure when Dante gets stabbed though.
What was that question
You
again?
went over to the south side of the river to supposedly look for this phone, right?
I ended up there at that point, yes.
And you chose to go over there and look for it, where these boys were.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
Oh,
You chose to go over to where these boys were to look for.
What's my take on it? You want to go back to the video. So my take is changing a little bit. For me, I was saying it's not self-defense. I think it was really weird that he came at them like right here. I think it's weird that he came at them right here. I think that's kind of weird. Like, let's say they were yelling shit at him coming at them like that. I think it's still weird. I don't know. You would just kind of ignore them. Stupid drunk teenagers, ignore them. This part right here, when he's looking for snorkels, the teen should have just fucked off. Let him find his fucking snorkels. They're just being fucking assholes, right? Like, just let him find his snorkels and just fucking float away or something like that. This part right here, when reinforcements arrive, the women should not have been there. You weren't adding any value by coming in and yelling at him, shouting at him, touching him. That's really stupid. I do think that he did shove Madison's face away. That's when I think he provoked it. Because if you're going to shove someone's face away, of course you're going to get pushed. But he got pushed. He fell into the water. Now, after he fell into the water, they should have just left it. I don't know why the fucking teens will continue. Because I think if I take it right here, if I start off at the point where he gets pushed into the water, and this is when, because I don't know when the jury, when they're like considering this, what's their timeline? Does it start at the initial contact? Does it start at the first physical contact? Or does it start when everything goes down? I'm not quite sure how far the jury is going to look at, because I think it depends on, your answer is going to depend on where it starts. Now, if it's like right here, after he gets pushed, why the fuck do you need to slap him? Why do you need to push him? Why do any of this? This is so stupid. They should have just pushed him and that's it. Because I can understand pushing someone because you're responding to him hitting like that chick, right? Okay, that's fine. But the fact that it kept continuing, this is where I'm like, I mean, bro, I would be pretty fucking scared too. I'd be like, why are they attacking me? Like, if he's not like swinging at them or anything, he's just like continuing to like getting pushed and shoved and all that stuff. Like, I think that's just really unnecessary. But like I said, it depends on like the timeline, right? If you're asking me like over here, I think he should have just left. I think he should have just been like, you know what? They're fucking angry teenagers. Fuck these guys. I hope they get what's coming to them one day. Maybe just think that in your head, right? And then you just fuck off. But the issue that I do have over here is just, you know, him kind of just like smiling. I know you guys were like, oh, it looks like he's like maybe like kind of like fight or flight mode. He was shocked. He was scared. For me, I just see someone that's just getting really, really angry, and he's fuming at all the insults that's being launched at him, and he has his hand grazed over the knife pocket right there because he's like ready for something to go down so he can stab these guys. And then at some point when he does take the knife out, he takes it out like really quietly. I think if he brandished a knife and he was like, hey, you guys fucking touch me, I'm going to fucking stab you guys, and they still went after him, then yeah, I mean, you're going to get stabbed. Don't go after someone with you know, with a fucking knife, right? I don't know. It really depends on, like, I don't know what the jury has to consider when they're considering whether or not he's guilty. I think over here, I think it's pretty much fair game. The moment, like, he's getting attacked by a bunch of people, it's kind of fair game. Like, for Yellow Shorts, yes, because Yellow Shorts pushed him down again. This guy, I don't think he deserves it because it looks like he was just trying to escalate, but you can argue that MIU at this point already had his, like, he was kind of already like adrenaline was like pumping through his veins, and that he didn't realize this guy was like not gonna really hurt him. But then you can also argue, like, I would expect MIU to kind of be pummeled by a bunch of people at the same time for him to fear for his life. It seems like everyone's just kind of like coming in, taking their turn, doing stupid shit. I don't know. That's why this fucking case gives me a fucking headache. Because I'm like, because usually when you get into a case, you're like, okay, I know what's up. They're fucking guilty. Fuck this person. This one is just like, I had really strong feelings that I was like, okay, he should have left, he should have left, he should have left. But right here is just where things start going down. I'm like, I don't know. Yellow Shorts get stabbed. I mean, you pushed him. Blue Shorts and the woman, I don't know why they got stabbed. Isaac getting stabbed, I can see why, because he's going for his throat. He's pushing him. He probably thinks he's about to be attacked. Yeah, it's a very confusing situation because when you're in a situation, we know the information, right? We see that he's getting attacked one by one. But when you're in that situation, you don't really say like, oh, okay, it's a one-on-one fight. It's more like everyone's taking turns. And to you, it seems like they're all coming at you at the same time because it's happening so quickly. So that's where I'm at. And that's not really like a direct answer. My shit's kind of like, depends on where you're looking at. And yeah, it's a tough one. Also, what I do have an issue with is I think the state, I feel like I just don't know if they can get intentional homicide. That's where I'm a little bit confused about. I just don't know if the jury will convict on intentional homicide. But where I stand with that is, and I've already repeated this before, sorry for those of you guys who've been here the entire time. You're like, Corey, you're just saying the same shit over again. It's because sometimes people come in and like they want to know what I have to say about it and they weren't here earlier. My take on that is that, what was I talking about? The intentional homicide, right? Yeah, so my thing was like, I don't think he meant to kill them. I think he just meant to hurt them because his feelings were fucking butthurt, okay? Like he was getting angry. They were calling him all these horrible names and stuff like that. I think he just meant to like hurt them and just get back at them. I don't know if it was his intention to kill them, but if you have your knife at someone and you have it hidden, you could argue that, yeah, it was his fucking intention to fucking kill them all. So I don't know. I'm kind of like, I could see it both sides. I lean more onto, hey, it shouldn't have escalated because, you know, if I was in that situation, I honestly would have just left. I would have just attributed to like, oh, you know, fuck these teenagers, fuck the new group that came over and didn't fucking help me. I would just try to fucking leave, right? And I know people were saying that like, oh, he couldn't have left because if he turned his back, maybe he would have got jumped. I don't think that he would have got jumped. It seems like the kids just wanted to humiliate him. I don't think they wanted to like physically like really hurt him. I felt like that was provoked because he apparently punched Madison. And then people were saying that like, oh, he couldn't have left because the water's deep. There's a body cam footage of like the law enforcement when he's like coming to the scene. He's like wading through the water and it's like, I don't know, like waist height, I guess, waist level. I don't know. It's just kind of like all over the place. So I'm sorry, that wasn't really an answer, but that's where I'm at. Am I dual stream? Yeah, I'm on Twitch and I'm on YouTube. So it's like here, I'm like, he should have left. Here, I'm like, okay, why gang up on him like this? Like, he's already been pushed down. Why continue hurting him even more, pushing him down, slapping his face? Like, that to me, it just seems really unnecessary. And because for me, I was like, okay, like maybe initially they wanted to protect Madison because he struck her first. But the moment the guy fell down, was he really going to threaten Madison again? He was already down to begin with, right? You would have to see what happens when he gets back up. If he gets back up and he's like in like a fighting stance, okay, then that's when you probably want to continue your physical fight and protect yourselves. But the fact that he was still continuing being hit when he was already down, I have a lot of issues with that. So that was kind of like a non-answer. I don't know. That's the answer that I got. I would say I would hate to be the jury in this case. I would hate to be the juror in this fucking case. Oh my lord. I don't care if it's a girl or not. Like, I don't fucking care. If a girl decks a guy and she gets decked back, then it is what it is, you know? I don't really care that you're a girl. Now, unless it was like, I don't know, maybe you're like a 100-pound girl and you like deck a 200-pound guy. Okay, so maybe don't deck her back because you're definitely a way stronger. And it depends on the case. Depends on what's happening. Hi, Wayne. How are you doing today? How's it going? Blues can't claim surprise as the victim, who they sadistically taunted finally fights back. But then people also argue that he can't claim self-defense if he was the one that initially provoked it even more by hitting Madison. So I don't know. It can go both ways. Like, you shouldn't be taunting people in the first place because you never know. One day you might fuck with the wrong person, and that's kind of what happened. But I'm not invoking fuck around and find out. I don't think it's, I don't know. The people were saying fuck around and find out. I don't know if I agree with that. Actually, I don't agree with that. All right, guys. You guys ready to listen to the rest of his testimony? I'm sorry. Now we're a little bit behind. Am I sped up? All right, we're on 1.25. Back in my day, getting jumped was something that happened and you didn't go to a murder. No, you shouldn't be getting jumped, though. You should not be getting jumped. I've seen someone get jumped before, and it's, I don't know, it's really sad. Like, when someone gets jumped by like a bunch of people, it's pretty fucking sad.
Supposedly look for this phone, right?
Chose to look in that area, yes.
There was other areas of the river where these boys weren't located that you could have searched until they floated past. Right?
A million other spots.
Sure. But you chose to go to that spot.
I didn't even notice those boys there at the time when I was searching.
You were present in court when Eric Williams, who was a member of your group, testified, right?
Right?
You heard him testify?
Yes.
And you were here when he testified that he had some concerns about you going over to snorkel by this group, Isaac's group.
I heard him.
And one of his concerns is that he thought that they would think you were a predator.
Hi,
right?
Rebecca.
Sustained.
He testified that
Oh, I read that as words should get you killed. I was like, wait, what? Sorry, when I look at my chat sometimes, there's a stupid giant. This is why I always complain that I can't see your guys'. This is what I see in my chat. There's a fucking giant heart here sometimes, or whatever the hell this thing is, and sometimes it blocks what you guys say. So like sometimes it's like this, and I was like, words should get you killed. How do I get rid of this heart thing? Is there a way for me to get rid of it? It just gets in my way when I'm trying to read messages. It's annoying. I don't like it. But you should heart the stream.
you didn't have your knife in your pocket the whole time, right?
Yeah, the
Correct.
emails are
When you
stupid.
decided to go snorkel over by Isaac Schumann's group, you had the knife in your pocket.
Yes.
Did you go back to your group and get it?
No, I had the knife. I testified I did not have the knife in my pocket the whole time. When we pulled over there, I fixed my shoes. Then I left it in my pocket.
All right, but somehow, so when you get ready to snorkel,
Yes.
you've taken off your shirt, right?
Sorry, I drink a lot of water. Let me use the bathroom real quick. I'll be back in 30 seconds. You guys want to say hi to Cheryl for a second? Shiro, where are you? Waka. Oh, I thought you were gonna use the couch. You're not gonna use the couch? Okay. Sure says hi. He says hi. Did cross just begin, or should I just go back? We're probably about 5 minutes in, Carrie. If you went back and then you just sped it up like 1.25, you should be good. You'll be caught up with us soon.
Yes,
Your hat,
yes,
your sunglasses.
correct.
You left the knife in your pocket.
I forgot it in my pocket.
Well, on the video, we can see you touching your knife, right? You knew it was in your pocket.
Well, when you walk, it starts, yeah, but
It has weight,
Right,
right?
yeah.
So you can't forget it's there because it's got weight. Correct?
at some point, I forgot I had it in my pocket when, yeah.
You
when
weren't,
you
gonna-
walk.
you were not going to need your knife to snorkel and look for a lost phone.
Correct.
Overruled.
You weren't going to need your knife for that task that you set out to do, right?
I wouldn't even need anything.
But you brought it with you anyhow.
It happened to be in my pocket, yes.
Once you got over to where Isaac Schumann's group was, they made it red.
I don't know if I think the prosecution, the questions that they're starting off with, I feel like they're not really strong. I don't know. I kind of like how when Camille Vasquez was doing the cross of Amber, she kind of just went into the meat of it. I feel like he's like working his way up there by talking about the knife. I don't know. Am I missing something?
Readily apparent they did not want you over by them, correct?
That's not true.
They didn't call you names?
Yes, but they asked me what I was looking for. And I thought they were polite people. I said, I'm looking for my lost phone.
They did not want you by them, and they told you that, right?
At some point, yes,
And that's the short video. You turn around and you're walking away, right?
yes,
But then Joanne Cockfield calls you a raper, right?
yes,
And then you turn around.
yes.
You were angry.
I was not angry.
You were not angry that someone called you a raper,
No,
all right? You look at Joanne, who's filming you, right?
yeah,
And for some reason, your testimony is that even though many people on the river have these phones and these float cases, you decided that was the phone and you needed to run up and check.
Objection argument.
Sustained.
Your testimony earlier was you thought he had the phone, right?
I thought he had the phone, yes.
Right.
I wanted to investigate.
And you, instead of walking up and saying, hey, is that the phone I'm looking
Oh, hey, what's up, 400? How are you doing today? I didn't see you pop in earlier. What's up?
for, you ran up on these boys, didn't you?
I ran up and stumbled, and then I fell right by their, yes,
That's my next question. You're claiming now that you stumbled.
yes.
You've never said that before today, ever, to anybody, any law enforcement or anybody else. Right?
Ooh.
But I have seen the videos now.
Well, we're going to take a look at the video. And since you reviewed the video, you know that before you ran up on them, you were touching your knife in your pocket to make sure it was there, right?
I don't remember that.
All right, well, let's take a look.
Oh, sorry. Is my screen all fucked up? Sorry. My screen was fudged up.
Stop. Back up one. That's you with your right hand touching your pocket where your knife was clipped in, right?
It appears so.
What is he on? Whoa! 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 Get away!
I need to see like 2 seconds before that. I don't know. It could be he was touching the knife in his pocket. It could just be he had his hands by his side. I need to see like a couple more seconds to see if he was like doing the feeler thing. You know, sometimes when you're trying to see if something's in your pocket, you do like the feeler thing. You kind of like feel around to make sure it's there. I don't know. Wait, I need to see 2 seconds before.
What is he on? Whoa! 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 Get away!
So you're claiming today that where you reach down and grab at these boys' legs where their tubes are, that was a stumble. Is that your story?
Overruled. You can answer the question.
I know I hit a stone, yes. But I grabbed onto their inner tubes.
And you know where you grabbed onto their inner tube is where two of these boys had their legs draped over their inner tubes, right?
I see that.
And you made contact with their legs, didn't you?
I don't remember that.
Did you see it on the video?
I see it on.
Oh, is this where the... When did the name calling start? Did it... When did the name calling start? Because I have heard of people saying the name calling started before the video was filming, but we don't have... I'm not really quite sure. And I feel like sometimes this case is a little bit all over the place for me. Did the name calling start before it started recording? Or did the name calling start after he like fell / grabbed the tube and then like accidentally touched the guy's legs? Is that when like the name calling started afterwards?
On the video. I don't remember actually making contact.
And as soon as you did that, boys jumped out of their tubes to get away from you, right? You remember that?
It was before. Did the kids say that, or was it him that said that? I'm trying to remember if the kids were like, "Yeah, we were calling him names before, and then we started recording because he was acting weird." Fuck, I don't remember. Because I feel like sometimes when they did the questionings of the how this whole thing went down, I don't know. I got confused at points. I was like, "Wait, where are we?" Okay, he walked away and they started calling him the PDF. Okay. Because I think I would assume that they were already taunting him, and that's why he ran at them.
That? Did you see it on the video?
I see it on the video. I don't remember actually making contact.
And as soon as you did that, boys jumped out of their tubes to get away from you, right? You remember that?
Yeah.
And you held onto their tubes so that their tubes couldn't float away.
For how long?
Well, I'm asking you. You did.
Yeah, it looks like for a brief 1 second.
And you were searching through their tubes.
For what?
You walked around their tubes. Rather than letting their tubes go so they could get back in their tubes and be on their way, you walked around their tubes.
So after my goggles dropped in the water, I went around their tubes to go to the other side and look for my goggles.
Let's talk about your goggles for a second, because you told the police, specifically Lieutenant Hart, that these boys knocked your goggles off your face and that you were looking for your goggles at that point, right?
I don't remember my interview with her, correct?
But you heard yourself say it in the interview.
Yes. Yes.
And in fact, that nothing of the sort ever happened, right?
So the interview with Brandy Hart was not accurate.
What you said at the time is what you wanted the police to believe happened, right?
That's what I remembered at the
Okay.
time.
And from the video, you can see that you actually put your goggles in your mouth so you would have 2 free hands to be able to grab onto these boys' tubes, right?
Yes.
So you were preparing for your stumble before it actually even happened?
I wasn't prepared for anything.
These boys were calling you names to go away, right? After you grabbed onto their tubes, touched their legs.
I don't remember any of that stuff.
All right, you don't remember them calling you, asking you what you were doing?
Watching the videos, yes, but unnatural remembering, no.
Do you remember as you're running up, they're saying, whoa, 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 what's he doing?
I don't remember that.
All right, but you've seen it on the video.
Yes.
And then once you've made contact with 2 of these boys' legs and grabbed onto their tubes, they started calling you a pedophile, right?
I don't remember when they started calling me.
Do you remember them calling you a pedophile at all? Or do you just know that from watching the video?
Correct.
You testified that they were calling you names earlier, right?
Right.
And that upset you.
It did not upset
Okay,
me.
your attorney's talked about your comfort scale and your fear scale. Let's talk about your anger scale, okay? At the time you were called a raper, what was your anger scale at?
Maybe 1.
1 out of 10?
Yeah.
And that was enough to get you to run up on these boys, grab onto them, stop their tubes. At 1. Is that what you're saying?
Sustained.
You don't like being humiliated, right?
Nobody does.
Your attorney has said that these boys were humiliating you.
Sustained on the form.
You're claiming that you were being taunted.
He did free his hands to grab the tubes. He thought they had the phone. It's also possible that, because I feel like if someone, say for example, if like someone was filming you, sometimes people's reaction is kind of like smack the phone away. Because I was thinking that he put the tubes in his mouth or whatever. Sorry, the scuba stuff in his mouth, right? The snorkeling stuff in his mouth. Maybe he really thought that was the phone, or maybe he was trying to be like, "Hey, why the fuck are you filming me?" and like smack the phone away. I don't know. But I was thinking maybe that's a possibility as well, because people don't like being filmed when shit's going down, right?
State
I don't know.
form.
Yeah, I think he's downplaying it. But he doesn't have to. He doesn't have to downplay it. I think it's legit for him to be like, yeah, they called me names, and I was like, what the hell? I was like pissed because they're, making fun of me for no reason. I was just trying to find my phone.
You had testified earlier that your shoes, there was problems with your shoes, but as you can see from the portion of the video we played so far, those shoes didn't prevent you from running up on these boys, right?
Yes, they did. If I had better shoes, I could walk better, but I could still walk.
If you had better shoes, you would have been able to run up on them faster.
No, I mean, I could walk better. I wouldn't stumble. I wouldn't have a hard time walking.
All right, we're going to watch the video again, and I want you to, if you can, point out for everybody where you stumbled.
Thanks, Storm.
What is he on? Whoa, whoa.
What is he armed? No, it sounds like they're saying, what is he on? Like, is he on, like, some meds? Is he on, like, alcohol? Is he on drugs? Like, I think that's what he said.
What is he on? Whoa, 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 away.
Did you watch it?
Yes,
So the stumble, is that something you remember or something that you think you see in the video?
something I remembered.
After you grabbed onto their tubes, stopped them, walked around their tubes, you took a few steps downriver and stood in the path they were floating in, right?
Overruled. You understand the question, Mr. Mew?
Could you say it again?
After you left their tubes that first time, you took a few steps downstream and stood in their path where they would need to float, where they were floating, right?
For a few seconds, yes.
You didn't walk off to the south shore, which was close at that point, right?
I thought I walked far away from them, I didn't even watch them anymore at that point, so I don't know where they were at that point in time. But I was still looking for my goggles now.
Are you denying that you stood right in the path of their tubes?
Overruled. You can answer the question.
At that moment in time, yes.
Now, when you ran up on these boys and grabbed onto their tubes and made contact with their legs, you weren't saying anything at that point, right?
No.
You didn't say anything like, hey, I think that's my phone, or Ariel's phone.
I don't remember saying anything.
You've seen the video.
Right.
You just ran up and grabbed onto them, right?
It appears that.
But saying nothing. We can go up to the screen. We're going to look at some more frames here.
I don't know. I was also thinking maybe he ran up on them, and then when he got close, he didn't realize that the guy was recording. So he was like, oh, well, I'm not going to do anything then. And then maybe that's why he didn't say anything for the rest of the video, because he knew it was being recorded.
We're starting.
But then that would, I don't know, because I was thinking that initially. I was like, oh, maybe he didn't want to say anything because he was being recorded. But also, later on, when the authorities intercepted him, the way that he was acting and lying about everything is as if he didn't know that there was concrete video evidence out there. I don't know. I'm a little confused about that one.
20-second mark, I believe. You stood in front of their tubes, right? This is at the 23-second mark.
For a brief moment.
All right, keep going.
He didn't start stabbing until the attack started, correct. But he did have the knife out when the women were yelling at him.
Stop. At that point, you had the entire river open to move in any direction, right?
Right.
You chose to just walk a few steps directly downstream from where their tubes were, right?
Correct.
The boys were yelling at you at this point, right? You remember that?
Yep.
They were making a commotion, right? They were loud.
Mhm.
And that attracted the attention of the folks in the Carlson group, right?
Mhm.
You've testified that Maddie Cohen walked over, right?
Yep.
You walked towards her,
Yes,
and the water level at the spot that you had contact with Maddie was about ankle deep from the video.
from the video, yes.
And you told Lieutenant Hart you were standing in really shallow water, right?
Yep.
Maddie told you to leave the area, right?
She didn't say it that way, but yes.
She said, go, go, go.
And
She swore at you too, but she was telling you to go, right?
yeah,
You didn't go.
I was trying to communicate with her what I was doing in the river.
You didn't leave, right?
No, not down the river.
Hold on. Overall, it's relevant.
You did not leave, right?
I
At the
didn't
time
go
that
in
she
the
came up
direction. No,
When she came up and said, go, 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 you chose to stay, right?
I wanted to talk.
You didn't like that she was yelling at you, right?
I only had like 2 or 3 seconds of direct verbal or whatever.
And you clearly didn't like she was swearing at you, right?
Right.
And what you told her was not that you were looking for a phone, but that these boys took your goggles, right?
I don't remember what I told
Right.
her.
If it's on the video, did you say it?
If it's on the video, yeah,
You never mentioned you were looking for a phone.
I don't remember my conversation with
And
her.
in fact, after you told her that they took your goggles, you never said another word, right?
After that,
Right.
of course I did.
Talking about your anger scale, at the point where Maddie Cohen was yelling at you and pointing at you and swearing at you, where was your anger scale?
1,
No, I think it's okay for him to say like 5, 6, like at least a 3. There's no way it's a 1. I feel like 1 is like you're just chilling, like you're not fazed by it. Oh, whatever, you're just chilling. No, I think anyone would have been like, what the fuck? Like in that situation when someone's yelling in your face like that and then like touching you. Mr. Mew, it's okay to have been angry in that situation.
And even with your anger scale being only 1, you started fidgeting with the knife in your pocket, right?
I don't remember that.
Or hold on a second. He can say, I mean, I think he could be like, hey, I was angry and I was scared. That's okay. I think it's totally okay to say that. I don't think you need to be like the perfect, oh, I'm zen, I'm calm, I don't get angry at things. I think it's okay because I think humans in this, when they're in this like interaction, they would just get angry. I think it's normal for people to get angry in the situation. So I think he'd be like, oh yeah, I was angry and I was scared, But him saying 1, I don't know if that's believable.
Let's take a look at the video.
I think the defense should have prepped him better if they were going to call him. I feel like they probably did. I mean, I don't know. I mean, we have the maybe they didn't, but I'm assuming they did. We have like these 2 defense attorneys that were on some big cases, but maybe they did try to prep him. But he's like, nah, I got this.
We're ready. It's timestamp 135. That's you touching your knife in your pocket, right?
Correct.
And at this point, you've got your back to the 2 girls who were yelling at you, right?
It's possible.
So even though you were fearing for your life, you turned.
Yeah, we covered that yesterday, Tony. He sorry, what's the term again that we said? He the knife out when the 2 women were yelling at him. Because you could see him kind of like you could see him like reaching here and then going to the middle to make both hands have contact, and then he flipped the knife out. By that point, the 2 women were yelling at him, and they already like had like they were putting their hands on him.
Overall, let's get the question out.
You turned your back on these folks, right?
Where am I in that location as reference to the other people?
I get to ask the questions at this point, okay?
All right,
You're back at the 135 mark that we just watched. You've turned your back on these folks, right?
okay.
Is that true?
Yes,
You
I
saw
see
it,
that, yeah.
Right? You're touching your knife, but you got your back to them, right?
I see that in the picture.
Oh, are they going to say that, like, oh, you had your back towards them? That means you weren't scared, that they were going to strike you from behind and you could have retreated? Is that where we're going with this? Maybe not.
And so at that point,
Okay, just kidding. Maybe not.
you wouldn't have turned your back on these folks if you had fear of them, right?
Oh, we did.
Overruled, overruled. You can answer the question. Yes.
That's a lot of objections.
We'll play a
Mr.
clip
Sestak,
here.
next question, please.
We're going to play a clip here, Judge.
Wait, why wasn't he able to answer
We're starting
that?
at 126. Just play it. We can have the screen. Stop. Stopping at 135. So in that clip, that's the point where you had waved at your friends, right?
I don't know what happened in sidebar. I think the prosecution was like kind of getting there and it just kind of just fizzled out. But I don't know, maybe in sidebar, they're like, okay, move on, next question or something.
You turned your back on the groups of people that were in the area and you're touching your knife, right? And at that point, you called out to your friends because I think you had said, and maybe I'm wrong, that your fear scale was going up at that point. Is that not right?
I see lots of people around me, and I wanted somebody to be on my side.
Right. Your fear scale was going up, so you tried to wave your buddies over, right?
Creeping up, yeah,
And as it's creeping up, you're fidgeting with your knife.
it appears that way.
At some
Oh,
point,
do you want me to have it side by side? I think I can do that. Give me 1 second. I don't know why they're not showing us the video so we can see it too. Let's see. Display la 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 la. Over here. Hold on. Let me see if we can get it. Sorry, y'all gonna see how messy my fucking screen is right now. Oh. Enhance, enhance. There we go. I don't know why they're playing it with no audio either. I have no idea. I'm a little confused on that. Does that look messy or is that okay? I can clean up a little bit better. Okay, so where they're at, they're like somewhere around here when he's, oh yeah, he's waving his friends over. So like right around here. He's like waving his friends to come over.
point. And even though your fear level is creeping up at that point and you've called for help from your friends or at least waved for help, you turned your back, right?
Yes,
At one point, you turn your head
Right here, turning his back. Like that, I guess?
and you stare at the group of 17-year-old boys, right? Do you remember doing that?
I don't remember it, but if I could see a video.
Put it into
Can't see
context, it would have been at the point when Maddie Cohen tried to turn you away from those boys. Do you remember doing that?
Yes,
And 1 second. If we can get the frame up.
Court TV, show us the frame.
We're at timestamp 116. That's the look that you gave to those boys, right? At that time, at 116?
yes,
That's the look on your face.
yeah,
That's an angry look.
not to me. I was annoyed, more than frustrated, but not angry.
At the point where you looked at the boys with that expression on your face, whatever it was, you had the entire river in front of you open to walk to, right? That's true?
Correct.
And instead you chose to turn back around where Maddie Cohen was, right?
Wait, okay. Can I do a poll on this? Start a poll. Look on his... Okay. Was the look on his face anger? Let's keep it simple. Yes. No. I don't know. So, do you guys think it was anger, or do you think it was maybe frustration? It was anxiety? It was fear? Or actually, should I have done like, oh, should I have done subcategories? Like, what's the look on his face? Anger, anxiety. Should I have just done that? Fuck, I don't know. Whatever. I already did the poll. Whatever.
I stood my ground. I basically stayed in the same location.
Right.
I didn't go towards anybody at that point.
You didn't take a
Annoyance?
step away either, did you?
No.
And at that point then, that's when Riley Madison joins her. You've got Madison and Riley standing in front of you, right?
I suppose that's the time, yeah.
2 girls.
Yeah.
And these 2 girls standing in front of you touched your shoulders somewhat, right?
Mhm.
You never said yes?
Yes,
You never stumbled backwards or anything like that?
it wasn't somewhat, but
Well, let's take a look at the video.
Oh, okay. Back to the video. Where are we at? I can't read them. You're autistic.
We're going to start a little
Okay.
bit earlier than the part I wanted to start at. It's at the 135 mark again, if we can put this screen up.
Oh, yay. Put the screen up. What's up with this color?
You take the screen down. Starting at 134.
Yeah, he looked angry to me.
So at that point, you're touching your knife before Maddie and Riley are standing in front of you, right?
appears that way.
Oh, you want to dance, cowboy?
Stop. You had said that your fear level was rising.
Mhm.
You had waved to your friends, right? That was the look on your face at the time, correct?
Mhm.
You're smiling.
I'm confused.
You're smiling.
I'm confused.
You're not smiling?
That's not a smile.
Yes. Let's move on, please.
Just turn the screen on. Can we get the screen back?
Yeah, I could see stress too. Stress, annoyance, disdain, anger, smile, smirking.
All right, so you had been fidgeting with your knife multiple times. You've got Riley Madison in front of you. I believe her testimony was she's a 115-pound woman. You got Maddie Cohen on your other side. This is when you choose to pull out your knife, right?
Overruled. You understand the question?
What does her weight have to do with me?
So you don't get to ask the
Oh, I'm
questions
sorry.
at this point. You pulled out your knife at this point with these 2 girls standing in front of you, right?
Yes,
And you held it down by your belt line, right?
yes,
And you opened it up, right?
yes.
And this is before you had been punched or anything like that. You had that knife ready with these 2 girls standing in front of you.
43% say no to anger. 29% yes, yes. 27% says I don't know.
Women, pardon me. Right?
Mhm.
And you didn't hold it up and say, hey, I have a knife, right?
To me, that would be a threat.
Well, I'm not asking you that. You did not hold it up.
No,
And you didn't, in fact, you held it down by your side, right?
Overruled.
Isn't that what you did?
yes,
You didn't take a step back and brandish it and say, hey, back up, I have a knife, right?
correct,
You opened it down low, and then you held it down low by your side, right?
correct.
I don't know. I think his defense could have actually done better. I feel like they could have really honed in on, hey, or well, did I miss it or something? Like, why didn't you brandish the knife? Why didn't you do this? Why didn't you announce you had a knife? I think the defense attorney should have really honed on that. I feel like there are some parts that they glaze where I think they should have just like really like kind of like taken it and expanded it. I think it should have been like, oh, I didn't brandish the knife because XYZ. Oh, I didn't announce I had the knife because XYZ, blah, blah, blah. But I don't think the defense attorney really did that, right? Oh, and redirect? Okay. Yeah, okay.
And as you're doing that,
But I feel like it's something that they should have like foresaw and would have wanted to cover, right? To begin with. Because it was mentioned in the prosecutor's opening statement. Did I miss it?
smiling, right?
That's not a smile.
Well, let's take a look at the
I'm-
video. And as you're doing that, you're smiling, right?
That's not a smile.
Well, let's take a look at the video.
I'm overwhelmed and annoyed.
Yes, and I could totally see that being legit, Kezi. I think when he was called a petty, it was anger, but then after they attacked him, it turned to fear. Right, I think it's completely legitimate for him to say that. To be like, oh yeah, I was angry, but for him to say that like, oh, it's a 1 out of 10, I'm like, I don't know if I believe it was a 1 out of 10. I don't know.
And that's you holding your knife down by your belt line, right?
Yes.
Oh, is it really quiet? Should I make it
You
louder?
pulled it out and opened it up. You held it with the blade facing up, right?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I fucked up with the audio. My bad. How long was it like that for? Sorry. Let me rewind it back a little bit.
The video.
I'm overwhelmed and annoyed.
And that's you holding your knife down by your belt line, right?
Yes.
Corgi's the 90-year-old juror. Wait, I am or Rain?
When you pulled it out and opened it up, you held it with the blade facing up, right?
I didn't pay attention, but in the video, yes.
And it becomes important later when you stab AJ because you didn't try to cut him down, you cut him up, right?
Hey, Chris.
Right?
That was not my intent.
Overruled. I believe the witness answered the question.
Wait,
You had the
Diesel, what are you talking
knife
about?
blade up and you're saying you didn't know that?
I didn't pay attention.
As you're holding it there, you've got your thumb on the bottom of the handle, right? Right?
Yeah,
Blade up.
I see that.
Blade's pointing at, looks like at Maddie Cohen, right?
Yes.
Nobody else. I'll strike that. After you opened that knife, would it be fair to say that your fear level went down a little bit because now you had your knife open?
No.
All right. Was your fear level going up at that point? I think you said that earlier.
The whole situation is,
I think they're talking about this part right here. So this is where he has the knife. He took it out of his pocket. This is where he's unfolding it. And at this point, it's already out. Because you see it right there. Can y'all see it? Oh, it's like cut off. Annoying. Why is it cut off like that? Sorry, I'm just trying to like line it up with what the fuck the prosecutor's talking about. Okay. Right around here. So he's like standing right there. He grabs a knife out of his pocket, and this is where he's moving his hands together to unfold it. The women are yelling at him. At this point, it's already out, and you can see it like right there.
it was boiling up.
So when you have your knife open, you take a couple steps backwards to get away from the situation?
I stood my ground. I stayed in place.
You never backed up one step, did you?
No,
You had your knife out and you were prepared to use it.
to
Hey,
defend
Betty.
myself.
At that point, there's nothing to defend yourself from, right?
I didn't know that.
If I understand your testimony today, now you're acknowledging that you did do something to Maddie Cohen, which started off this fight, right?
Overruled. You can answer the question. Yes.
Wait, sorry, I missed that.
That you did do something to Maddie Cohen, which started off this fight, right?
Overruled. You can answer the question. Yes.
Or you were punched or anything.
Ms. Mestad, would you please rephrase the question?
I will, Your Honor. You're testifying today that you did actually make physical contact with Maddie Cohen, right? Before you were punched or anything else, right?
I may have.
You don't
I-
remember that?
Well, I remember what I said, but I went over to push. She was right in my face, right in my space, yelling. I could smell the alcohol in her breath.
But you'd been drinking too, so it might have been your breath.
I didn't have vodka and all the other garbage.
The
Right.
point is, today you testified that you did something physical to Madison Cohen before you were punched, right?
Mm.
Correct?
I don't know if I touched her or not. It's possible.
What was Maddie drinking? She had like a White Claw in her hand or some shit, right? I'm sorry, White Claw is garbage. I'm sorry if y'all love White Claw out there. Blech.
Something physical to Madison Cohen before you were punched, right?
Mm.
Correct?
I don't know if I touched her or not. It's possible that I did.
If your friend Sergio testified last week that he saw you push her and she went flying back a couple of steps, that's what happened, right?
I don't know if that's a mischaracterization of Sergio's testimony, though. I don't know if Sergio says that she went flying back a couple steps. I know Sergio said that he saw him push her. Did you guys watch Sergio's testimony? I only read like a recap about it.
Sustained.
Were you present when Sergio testified?
Sustained.
Now I gotta look it up.
After you pushed Maddie Cohen, only one person ever punched you, right?
From the video?
Right.
That's what I see. I don't remember what happened there at that time.
I'm not asking you what you remember. I'm asking what actually happened.
I got punched.
I have no problem if it was a push. If she was in his personal space and touching him, he can push her off. I think it's okay if it was a push too. My issue is whether or not she was shoved in the face. I think that is kind of weird. Pushing her away to get her the fuck off, I think that's okay. But I don't know, pushing her face, and that's where it's debated. If it was like, well, I don't know if that's not even debated yet, because I guess he's saying that he didn't touch her, or he probably didn't touch her. He doesn't know if he touched her.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
You
Start.
saw in the video that only one person ever punched you, right?
Yes.
It's Cross, it's not
Hold
me.
on.
Hi, Megan.
Yes.
Oh man, this defense attorney is doing so good at just killing the momentum. Sounds like it's raining. Peaceful rain. We need to add some thunderstorms into the sound effect. Let's look up Sergio's testimony, actually.
You testified that you went down and you fell down in the water when you were punched, right?
Yes.
And you indicated, I think, that you were punched in your jaw, I think on your left side of your body.
Yes.
You testified that you fell back in the water and hit your head, right?
Yes.
You did not drop your knife.
No.
Right? You held on to it when you fell down in the water.
Yes.
When Dante Carlson hit you, he was holding a can of beer in one hand, right?
Yes.
He was fighting you with one hand.
Yes.
Okay, I got it. Sorry, because I do think it's important what Sergio says. This is Sergio, one of his friends that testified. And because I didn't watch the testimony, I only read a recap, so I do want to know what the fuck he said.
And do you remember telling police that Nick pushed her?
I don't remember that.
Can I approach?
Yes.
Sergio, do you see this transcript?
Yeah.
Oh, he's got the interpreter.
And about the middle of the page, do you see where you said the woman yelled, "Go, go, go," and then Nick goes and pushes her?
Yes. Yes.
And you were far away, you said?
Yes.
Judge, I'm going to pull up some screenshots. Do you remember, did you see the girl in the blonde girl in the black swimsuit? Did you see her fall or stumble backwards when Nick pushed her?
No, I don't remember.
And did you actually see if it was a push or a punch?
Objection's been asked and answered.
Do you remember if it was actually a push or if it was a punch or something else that Nick did to the blonde woman?
No, no recuerdo.
No, I don't remember that.
That's probably it. Does he just keep asking him the same questions over and over?
It was after Nick got out of the water, and that's when the girl said, "Go, go, go," and he pushed her. Do you see that?
No, sí.
Oh, yes.
And then below that, you reiterate that it was after she said, "Go, go, go, go," that Nick pushed her. Do you see that?
Oh, wait, sorry. Did I just... I don't know if we're, like, looping or what? Or are we just asking the same thing over and over again? Okay, so they're just going based off of what he told police. Okay, because it says, go, 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 Nick push. Okay, it's like the same thing. So it seems like right now on the stand, he doesn't remember that, but then that's what he told police. That's what I'm getting at is that. Okay. Wait, where'd the trial go? Oh, here it is.
You never suffered any kind of bruising or cuts to your face from this incident, right?
On the inside of my cheek?
You cut the inside of your cheek.
Yes.
Yeah, you never had any bruising on your jaw, right?
I don't remember. I mean, I had a beard. I couldn't tell.
You weren't bleeding from your face anywhere.
No, not that I know.
Wait, someone in chat said he had a contusion? That's what the nurse said? Like in the back of his head?
Once you're knocked down in the water, AJ Madison comes up to you and pushes on your back, right?
Objection, no foundation.
We'll play the video.
Yeah, I remember initially when law enforcement intercepted him, they said they saw like marks in his hands. But someone in my chat said the nurse said that he had a contusion in the back of his head or something.
You were pushed in the back by AJ Madison, right?
Objection, no foundation.
Overruled.
In response, you got up out of the water, right?
Mhm.
You take your knife in your right hand with the blade up, right?
Objection is in narration.
Overruled.
That's what you did, right?
Still in my hand, yes, that way.
You jabbed it into his belly.
About the same time he hit me in the throat.
That's not what I'm asking.
Yes.
You jabbed it into his belly, right?
Yes,
Instead of pulling it out, you pulled up, right?
because I had so much time to think about it.
You pulled up.
I did not pull up.
Wait, chat, can you guys help me? I did something weird with the subtitles and now it's opaque. I don't know how to fix it. How do I fix this? Why is it like this? Wait, oh, click the cog for settings. Oh, opacity. How did I change that? That was so weird. Wait, no. Wait, what does it look like normally? Why does it look so weird? What happened to the captions? How do I fix this? Oh, font opacity. Okay. How the heck did that get changed? Oh my god. Okay, sorry.
Look at the angle of my arm.
You
Yes,
jabbed it into his belly, right?
I did reset it.
Instead of
Didn't
pulling
work.
it out,
still in my hand, yes, that way.
you jabbed it into his belly.
About the same time he hit me in the throat.
That's not what I'm asking.
Yes.
You jabbed it into his belly, right?
Yes,
Instead of pulling it out, you pulled up, right?
because I had so much time to think about it.
You pulled up.
I did not pull up.
Okay,
Look at the angle of my arm.
We're stopped at timestamp 156. You see your knife,
Yes,
how close it is to his jaw, his chin?
yes.
That's because when you stabbed him, instead of pulling out, you went up, right?
I was falling backwards with a knife in my arm, in my hand, and the angle of my arm was about the same. Just got hit in the throat.
In this frame of the video, the knife's pointing straight up, right?
Yes,
You went in, pulled up, and it's by the time you got done up by his face, your knife's pointing straight up.
Objection, asked, answered.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
It's straight up.
At that point, Tony Carlson came in to break up the fight.
I mean, I get it that his injuries showed that the knife was pulled straight up. Is he talking about Isaac, right? I don't know. It's I can't really see. I don't know. I can't really tell.
Objection, speculation. He doesn't know what Tony Carlson's doing.
Overruled. You can ask the question, he can answer.
I don't know what he was doing.
I thought they were talking about yellow shorts too, but then he talked about how Isaac was at his throat. So
You know that he told Dante Carlson to back up, right?
Objection, no foundation.
Overruled.
Do I know from video and from testimony? Yes. At the time, I didn't know.
oh, is blue denim shorts? Is that Dante? What the fuck? I'm getting confused now.
After you stabbed AJ Madison, you were pushed back into the water, right?
Sorry, it's AJ Carlson.
Pardon me. No, it's not. It's not.
AJ Martin.
It's AJ Madison. He's not part of the Carlson family. AJ Martin.
Thank you.
Pardon me. After you stabbed AJ Martin, you were pushed back into the water, right?
That's yellow
Yes.
shorts guy.
Nobody jumped on top of you.
No.
Nobody was kicking at you or punching you.
No.
You're just in the water by yourself, right?
Apparently, yes.
We're going to take a look at the video starting at 1:55.
Oh, okay. I think I was confused because I was listening to what he was responding to because he mentioned Isaac. So I was like, oh, why did we like get all the way to like the Isaac stabbing? Okay. He's talking about the yellow shorts guy. Okay, you're right. Because he's saying that when you stab him, it wasn't just a stab, it was a motion upwards. Okay, that I see.
That's you in the water, still holding your knife, right? Pardon me, this is before you got up. At this point, you're standing there. There's nobody hitting you, nobody's punching you, nobody's kicking you, right?
Objection, that's the video. He's not standing.
Gentlemen, please come up.
Event you were sitting.
Let's continue. Next question, please.
Any event you were sitting in the water after AJ Martin pushed you over, right?
I landed on my butt
Right.
in the river.
But at that point, the fight didn't continue. People weren't punching on you, right?
At that time, I couldn't tell what was going on
Sure.
around me.
That's at the point that Tony Carlson came over, was yelling at people to back up. Do you remember that?
From the video.
You don't have a memory of that in your head? He separated Dante from you, right?
Objection, no foundation.
Overruled.
Right?
If it's from my memory, I don't remember that.
Tony Carlson never punched you, correct?
Correct.
He never kicked you, never pushed you.
Objection, mischaracterized the evidence.
Overruled.
No.
And you turned around and you stabbed him twice, right?
I couldn't see. I couldn't hear. I didn't know who was punching me, touching me, shoving me, nothing. I was fearing for my life.
You stabbed the guy who tried to break up the fight twice, right?
Objection, form.
Overruled.
That's what happened, right?
That's what happened.
And luckily for him, he was able to block your first stab, so you stabbed him again, right?
I had milliseconds to think.
Riley Madison, after you stabbed Tony Carlson, you turned around, you got up, you turned around, and you sliced Riley Madison through the left side of her body, right?
Yes.
She wasn't punching you or kicking you.
She came at me and she had her hands on me.
At the time you stabbed her, she had her hands.
Yeah, that part we couldn't see. We don't know why she was stabbed. But I'm looking at her before the frame. I mean, a lot could happen here, I guess. But she's like, that's her body language right there. So I don't know if she was like turning to come at him or if she was just like standing there and he turned around and he was like, oh shit, there's another person. Let me just like get him. We can't see that.
On you.
Yes.
This 115-pound woman attacked you while you're standing there holding a knife.
She could have been 500 pounds. I don't know. I'm sorry, sir, but
You've never told anyone ever that Riley Madison attacked you and that's why you stabbed her, right?
no.
You're saying it today for the first time.
I don't remember this whole thing.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't tell. I can't tell if he pursued her or I can't tell her if she, yeah, I just feel like you can't really tell. She's like right there. It kind of looks like she was just like chilling, but I do acknowledge that she is turning her body. And this is where we don't see it. But we see the aftermath of after, because this guy, he was trying to push this guy away. And now this guy is like, oh shit, like, you know, he's going after the girl. Let me get his attention. That's what he said. And then this part is where she's already been stabbed. So I don't know. I'm not quite sure.
After you stabbed Riley Madison, Isaac Schumann tries to push you, right?
And he lands his hands on my throat, yes.
Yeah. But his hands originally weren't anywhere near your throat. They were on your shoulder and your chest, right?
I didn't take measurements, but yeah, from the picture, yes.
And as soon as he touches you,
Right here.
you stab up into his heart with your knife, right?
He went for my throat, and I defended myself. Yes.
Are you saying, we're going to look at the video.
I think it's possible that he went for his throat too, but I think it's also possible that he was trying to push him and his hand like slid upwards because he's like, at this point, he's like probably like really wet at this point. Because I don't see him clinging onto his throat. It just seems like it's like a shove.
We're going to start at 2:02, and for anybody who doesn't want to watch.
But to him, I mean, he could have processed that as like, oh, like he's coming at my throat, right?
Avert your eyes. Ready?
Because I think it's possible that Isaac's intention was to push him, but I think it's also possible that he interpreted it as him coming for his throat.
We're at 2:05, the timestamp on the video. That's Isaac Schumann, right? If you
Right,
know,
right.
his left hand on your arm, right?
Right,
His right hand on your chest, right?
right.
They're not on your throat.
In that particular frame,
And
correct.
your right hand is cocked, your elbow's bent, right?
Okay,
And you've got the knife in your hand.
yes.
Let's play it through, please. And as he's pushing you, you jam your knife up into his heart, through his ribcage, right?
After he touches my throat and pushes me back, yes, correct.
As your arm is moving up to stab him, you actually moved his arm closer up farther up your body with your own movement, right?
What?
I don't know how to answer that. I didn't see that.
At the time that this incident happened, you agreed you weighed 248 pounds.
Yes,
Not one of these people that you stabbed so far in the video were armed in any fashion, right?
right.
You told an elaborate story about people pulling knives on you, right?
Overruled.
Right? You made up that story.
To Brandy Hart?
Lieutenant Hart, yes.
I don't remember that, but I saw the video, yes,
At no point did anybody pull any knife on you, right?
correct,
You're the only person who had a knife.
correct.
You had said earlier you had waited for your friends to come over because you were so scared, right? Right?
During the,
Oh, I didn't even see the drama going down with Lori. I don't know. Some people just don't like it when there's disagreements and they're just uncomfortable with it. I think it's okay to have disagreements with people, and you have to be comfortable with people disagreeing with you at points in times. I'm trying to just point out what I'm seeing as we're going through this. So I don't think I'm like hardcore on like one side or the other right now, because right now it's like depending on where we're looking at. Sometimes I think, yeah, like when the teens were going after him when he was already pushed down in the water, I think it's justified that he thought his life was threatened. But everything that happened before, I'm like, like I feel like he could have just left. Like these teens are being rowdy, all that stuff. I don't know. I feel like my disagreements are very milquetoast, but some people can't handle that and they just get really angry, I guess.
We're moving back in time now.
Oh, yeah, earlier you had waved. We saw
Yes.
the video. You said
Yes.
you waved to your friends
Yes.
because you were scared. Your fear level was at whatever. And in fact, Ariel came over, right?
Yes.
And he's in the group at the point that Riley Madison's standing there bleeding into the river, right? He's standing right behind
Yep.
him.
Yep.
And at the time that you stabbed Tony Carlson, Ariel's right there, right in the group, correct?
See that in the video? Yes.
And when you stabbed Isaac Schumann, he's also standing there, right?
I didn't see him there at the time, but yes, in the video, yes.
So this narrative about it being 13-on-1, you had a friend there, right? Your friend is standing right there. He's in
What if you don't like coffee? I don't like coffee. Can I get a hot chocolate?
the video, right?
In the video. I don't remember him being there.
You saw him coming, walking downstream.
I don't remember.
You waved for him, right?
I waved at my group.
At no point,
I
When
do
you-
wonder this, though. I do wonder if maybe they originally subscribed because they agreed with everything that I said so far about other cases, maybe. But it was until this case where it's like, oh, wow, content creator doesn't agree with some of the things I'm saying. I can't be with her. I can't deal with her. And maybe that's what happened. I don't know. I never really understood people like that. But I'm not sure if it that happened or
Stabbed.
not.
Tony, Riley, and Isaac, did you call out to your friend and say, hey, help me, they're attacking me, right? Even though he's in the frame and he's close to the action, so to speak. You never said that, right?
I was stunned. Couldn't talk.
The last person you stabbed was Dante Carlson, right?
Dante was the last person that was stabbed. Okay, because a lot of us were like, okay, when did Dante get stabbed? When did this happen? Because I was getting really confused. I was like, wait a second. Did Dante get stabbed maybe like in the beginning? Maybe it was after Riley? Or was it at the very end where, because it seems like at the very end, everyone was already kind of like dissipating. So when did the Dante thing happen?
Yes.
And this is in the sequence of events, everything else had happened, right?
Yes.
Sustained.
All the other stabbings had already occurred, right? At the point that you stabbed Dante Carlson.
Yes.
He wasn't punching you at that point.
I was surrounded. People were coming at me. I just came up a couple of times being punched in the head, punched in the mouth. I fell on river rocks. I was in pain. I was hurting.
Tony Carlson had broken up the fight between you and Dante never hit you again after that, did he?
Sustained form. Please rephrase.
At the point that you stabbed Dante Carlson, he was not fighting with you, right?
Correct.
He had not punched you immediately before you decided to stab him.
Correct.
In fact, you took a couple steps toward him to stab him, didn't you?
I thought he was attacking me.
You stabbed
Hurting. People were coming at me.
at the point that you stabbed Dante Carlson.
Yes.
He wasn't punching you at that point.
I was surrounded. People were coming at me. I just came up a couple of times being punched in the head, punched in the mouth. I fell on river rocks. I was in pain. I was hurting.
Tony Carlson had broken up the fight between you and Dante never hit you again after that, did he?
Sustained form. Please rephrase.
At the point that you stabbed Dante Carlson, he was not fighting with you, right?
Correct.
He had not punched you immediately before you decided to stab him.
Correct.
I'm trying to
In
find
fact,
out
you
when
took
it
a couple
happened.
steps toward him to stab him, didn't you?
I thought he was attacking me.
So at that point, you stabbed 5 people and you decided to leave the area. Is that true?
I walked away.
You walked up to Ernesto, right?
Yes.
You didn't say anything about being attacked, right?
I was in shock.
You said they took my knife, right? To Ernesto?
I don't remember that, but that's what I said according to all the video and
Well, if Ernesto said that, that's what you
Yes.
said.
Yeah.
You still got the knife on your person, right? Even though you just told them they took your knife, you still had it. Right?
no. When I reached the tubes,
No. When Ernesto came walking up and you walked up to him, you told him they took my knife. It's the first thing out of your mouth, right?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Instead of walking to your group, you walked up to the south side, south shore of the lake, of the river, right?
Yes.
And on the way, you washed off the knife in the river.
I don't remember that.
Well, you had blood on your hand and on the knife, right?
Yes.
When you left the area, right?
Yeah.
When you got back to your group, nobody saw any blood on your hands or, right?
Yeah, I was thinking the first degree might be tough. We looked it up yesterday because I was thinking maybe like reckless homicide. But reckless homicide is still, like first degree reckless homicide, you can still get 40 years. 40 years.
Sustained.
At some point, you rinsed your hand and the knife in the water, right?
I don't remember that. But, yeah.
What you do remember is throwing the knife up into the bushes on the south bank.
Right on the bank, yes.
And then you finally walked over to your group, right?
As I was walking, I threw it away, yes.
No. You walked out of your way to get to the south bank to get rid of it and then walked back across the river to your group, right?
Overruled.
That's what you did, right?
Yes.
We're gonna play the video taken by Larry and Davis, Judge. It's grainy, but it's of some value.
What video?
You have many more questions?
Yes.
Well, maybe this will be a good time to take a break. Let's recess and we'll come back at 2:50. Please take the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
Oh, let's do a good stretch, y'all. Oh, my goodness. When they were playing his interrogation, was that the state playing it? I'm assuming it was probably the state. And then they rested for the day, and then, or sorry, they rested, and then the defense started back up today. The defense started up today. I'm getting hungry. Oh, my shoulders are like,
We're in recess until 2:50.
they're very tense. Whoa, what's this? What was that?
Please face the clerk. Raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
What the? Hello? Wait, something weird just happened with the, hello? Did it break?
That you did not.
What's the time zone in Wisconsin? What is it, like 3 o'clock right now? 3:30? Okay, we'll be back in 2 seconds. Get up, stretch, use the bathroom. Oh, hopscotch? Oh, what a throwback. Ugh. don't know. I was curious to see how he was gonna do today. If the defense did a really good job at prepping him, I think they could have done better. But maybe he wanted to answer some questions in his own way.
All right, please be seated.
But the kids did it too, because one of the teens or the young adults that testified, he was. I think they were asking him, "Oh, is that you taunting him? Is that you taunting him?" And they're like, "No, no." It's like, just admit that you're taunting him. Like, could see
All
it
right,
on the
Mr. Mew,
video.
please retake the witness stand. You are still under oath. Mr. Smestad.
Mr. Mew, I want to ask you some more questions about
Yeah, that's the feeling that I'm getting. He seems to be scared to admit anything that could make him look bad, so it ends up making him look unreasonable. Yeah, but I think it's okay to admit to some things, you know? Because I feel like when you're erring on too much on the side of like, oh, you know, I wasn't mad. You know, I didn't care that they called me this. I was just chilling, you know? I feel like people would be understanding if you were mad in that situation.
with the stabbing of Dante Carlson. Is it fair to say that you did not know that Larry and Davis was recording that part of it?
No.
And you've seen that video here in court?
Yeah.
You are the person in the dark shorts, correct? In that video?
It was not very clear, so I couldn't make out who was who.
All right, if there's a person wearing dark shorts with the same body type as you in the video, is it you?
Fair.
Hold on. Sustained.
Well, we're gonna watch the video. We're gonna watch it through at full speed.
Yes, this is in Wisconsin.
Your screen's not noticing.
Can they show us the video?
We're gonna play part of it, but slower, but not the end part.
I don't know
Ready.
why they're not showing it to us.
What's the time frame? This is at the very beginning. Mr. Mew, do you see yourself in the left-hand side foreground wearing the dark shorts? Where the cursor's pointed?
I can't make out.
You don't know if that's you?
No.
Did anyone else on the river have the same body shape that you had at the time?
Sustained.
You've been in court since the beginning of the trial, right?
Correct.
You've seen all these people testify,
Yes.
the people that were all involved in the incident, right?
Yes.
At the time that you stabbed these folks,
Wait, let's do a time check. What time is it for everyone right now? Do I have a time command? Did I set it up in here? No, I didn't set it up. Oh, gosh.
there wasn't anybody else in that area of the river that had the same body shape as you, correct?
Sustained. Same.
When I was getting facts wrong. I mean, if I get facts wrong, my chat will usually tell me as I go. There are some parts where I was genuinely getting confused with his testimony because the state was, like, for example, when I was wrong about the timeline that they were talking about. So the state was talking about how the guy was, like, stabbing in an upwards motion, and he was like, oh, when the guy had the hand on my throat, I was like, oh, are we talking about Isaac now? That's what I was getting confused. So there's some parts where I'm getting confused during the testimony, but I guess, like, were there other facts that you were talking about? Usually my chat will do a pretty good job at correcting me and letting me know that I'm wrong about certain things. 4, 3, 20. Why is it written like that? Wait, Rain, what time is it in your area? It must be real late for you guys. 10:42. I don't know why. I expected to see more like 3 a.m.s, 4 a.m.s or something in my chat. Which I'm like, y'all need to go get some sleep. Wait, 3:41. Is that p.m. or a.m.? 10:42 p.m. 1:42. Oh, North Korea, 5:45. Oh, my Lord. What time do you normally go to sleep? It is 1:43 p.m. over here in my time. 10, 4, 1, 10. Yeah, if I'm ever wrong about anything and my chat corrects me, I'm usually pretty open to being corrected. I'm not like gonna hardcore like defend something and be like, oh, I'm not wrong, unless I know for sure that I'm not fucking wrong. But my chat does a pretty good job at correcting me. Hi, Dave. How are you doing today? How's it going?
You're aware that Dante Carlson's wearing shorts that are black on the bottom and light gray on top, right?
That's what I learned.
We're gonna go through it slowly.
Yes.
Montreal. You're in corgi time.
In any event, after you got rid of the knife on the south side of the river, you walked back to the north side of the river where your group was in the at the sandbar, right?
Yes.
Sat in your tube.
Oh, y'all were wondering earlier why there was like alcohol here. Sometimes people bring alcohol for tubing. Sorry, this was yesterday. I'm answering yesterday's question. But there is like a little sandbar there where you can purchase alcohol, I believe.
Did you sit down in your tube?
Yes.
Eric
Right?
Will.
I mean, when I went tubing, there was never really like an alcohol bar, but I've only went tubing like once. But I know that it's normally people will bring their coolers and then they'll like tube and like have alcohol like going down the river with them.
Williams from your group, realizing that people were hurt, left.
Apple River Sandbar.
Did you see Eric Williams leave your group?
No,
At some point, did you notice he wasn't with your group anymore?
I didn't do a head count, sir. Sorry.
Okay.
Or is that just a name for people bring their own? But because I was looking at a map of the Apple River. Wait, you're in Iceland? Reykjavik? That's Iceland, right? When I was looking at there was a picture of like the oh, you know what? Maybe when I thought of sandbar, I just thought it was like a legit bar, but it wasn't a legit bar. You were conceived in Iceland? I've never been to Iceland before. I've always wanted to go because you guys have that really cool spa thing, but I heard the food is really bad, so I don't know about that.
Did anyone else from your tubes go to help with the folks on the river that were hurt?
No foundation.
Overruled. Can answer the question.
Apple River?
I don't remember. I wasn't paying attention to anybody in my group.
When you went back to your tube, you put your shirt back on, right?
I was cold. Yes.
And you put on your hat, right?
Yes.
And your sunglasses.
Yes.
Eventually, you saw police officers and emergency medical technicians show up on the river, right?
Yes.
Wading up the river, right?
Just kidding. I take my sandbar comment back. Just kidding. I took it literally.
Yes.
Trying to help people that have been injured. And
No foundation.
Overruled.
you saw that happen, right?
Yes.
You didn't approach anybody to say you were attacked, as far as law enforcement or EMTs or anything like that, right?
No, I just pooped myself. I was afraid to go in that area.
Even though there's
Sorry.
police presence everywhere, you were afraid to walk over there and tell them, hey, this is what happened.
Yes, sir.
So you got in your tube and you floated down the river.
Not immediately. We waited there. We had people, from what I learned, not that I remember, that called 911, and yeah, I don't remember any of that stuff. So I don't remember.
So you remember waiting for Eric Williams to come back to join your group so you could leave?
No, I didn't say that, Master. No, you have it wrong. You had it wrong.
I don't remember.
All right, do you remember saying,
Someone
let's
delete the
go?
clip.
You yourself saying that?
Overruled. Overruled.
I don't remember.
Listen, I've only been tubing once, okay? I don't live near rivers. I don't know anything about river stuff, okay?
Ernesto
I just saw it on the map and I took it literally.
Torres, he's your best friend.
Yes.
You didn't tell him what happened as you were floating away?
I didn't talk to him. I don't remember talking to anybody. I don't even remember going down the river or up the river. I was just stunned. I don't remember anything.
You didn't tell Ernesto, I was afraid for my life and I did this?
No.
You never told Ernesto that
We're
he
deleting
acted in
the evidence.
self-defense?
I don't remember talking to anybody.
You didn't say, I was afraid they were going to kill me, these folks?
No foundation.
Overruled.
I don't remember.
It's AI generated.
As you were leaving the area, you saw folks giving CPR to Isaac Schumann, right?
I didn't see that.
Eventually, you made it down to Village Park where the exit was, right?
Yeah, because I was thinking when he tubed down, he must have tubed past the chaos again. Did he not?
Eventually.
And there's some video of you relaxed in your tube, kind of playing in the water with your hand, right?
Sustained.
Do you remember seeing the video of you
I remember seeing the video.
relaxing in your tube
The heart surgery was about 2 years before in 2020.
before you got back to the end?
Sustained.
Did you see the video or not?
I said I did.
When you got to Village Park, your group exited the river, right?
Yes.
There was multiple police in the area, right?
Yes.
You saw a uniformed officer with his gun drawn, walking towards you, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm. This one's so interesting because there's so many difference of opinions on this one.
You didn't approach that officer.
I was afraid of everybody at
You were
that
afraid,
time.
you were afraid of the officer?
I was afraid of anything and everybody. I was afraid of anything. I couldn't, I was still in shock, so I was afraid of everything. Yes.
You didn't approach the officer and say, they tried to kill me, I defended myself, nothing like that, right?
I don't remember saying anything like that to anybody.
You walked right by him, right?
All that is a blur. I don't remember it.
Once you got further up the path, though, other officers were able to pick you out of your group, right?
Apparently, yes.
They stopped you, right, before you could leave the park.
I don't remember that.
You don't remember the police stopping you and detaining you in the park after this incident?
I remember being stopped, but I don't remember the details.
Sure. You were aware that the police had a picture of you from the river, right?
Okay.
Do you remember that?
I don't remember.
You remember the police had to take your hat and glasses off to make sure that it was you in the picture?
Nope. I was focused on one thing only. Somebody with a bat that I've seen in the woods and across that whatever bridge, the little bridge, Rainbow Bridge, whatever. I was focused on him. I was very afraid of that person.
Did you ever say to an officer, hey, there's a
Wait, there was a person with a bat in that area? Didn't he have to be in reasonable fear of dying or serious bodily harm to use a knife? Is that not a thing in Wisconsin? Yeah, so we'll go over the Wisconsin thing really quick. So in Wisconsin, this is for the self-defense part. Jesus, I'm sorry. I can't make that font size any bigger. But I'll read it to you. A person is privileged to threaten or intentionally use force against another for the purpose of preventing or terminating what the person reasonably believes to be an unlawful interference with his or her person by such other person. So one, the jury has to determine whether or not a reasonable person would believe this in his situation. The actor may intentionally use only such force or threat thereof of the actor reasonably believes is necessary to prevent or terminate the interference. The actor may not intentionally use force, which is intended or likely to cause death or great bodily harm, unless the actor reasonably believes that such force is necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself or herself. So the jury has to believe that would a reasonable person in his situation believe that he needs to use such force to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm. Now, the other part that they also have to think about is provocation. Did he provoke? Was him pushing Madison away, is that a provocation right there? Or some other thing, right? So with provocation, a person who engages in unlawful conduct of a type likely to provoke others to attack him or her and thereby does provoke an attack is not entitled to claim the privilege of self-defense against such attack, except when the attack which ensues is of a type causing the person engaging in unlawful conduct or reasonably believe that he or she is in imminent danger or threat or great bodily harm. In such case, a person engaging in the unlawful conduct is privileged to act in self-defense, but the person is not privileged to resort to the use of force intended or likely to cause death in the person's assailant unless the person reasonably believes that he or she has exhausted every other reasonable means to escape from the blah, blah, blah. Okay, so I'm talking about like provocation, like right around here. The privilege lost by provocation, however, may be regained if the actor, in good faith, withdraws from the fight and gives adequate notice thereof to his or her assailant. So let's say I provoke someone to get into a fight. That person fights me back, but then I made a good faith to withdraw the fight and give them notice like, hey, I'm stopping. I'm not hitting you. I'm leaving. and then that person continues attacking you, and then you defend yourself, and then you attack them back, then that's when you initially provoking doesn't matter. So I don't know. These are the things that the jury has to think about. Whether or not a reasonable person would have believed that he was fending for his life, and then whether or not if he was the one who provoked, and if he was the one that provoked, did he give a reasonable effort to kind of like withdraw the fight and give notice that he was done with the fight? But they continue attacking him. So I don't know. That's tough for the jury. That's quite some things to think about.
Guy over there with a bat, and that's concerning me. Can you do something about it?
No.
You're put into a squad car, right?
Mhm.
But yes,
Yes,
Sheriff Knudsen came over to make sure you were comfortable, right?
I saw that in the video, yes.
You don't remember talking to Sheriff Knudsen?
No.
You remember him asking you, well, if you don't remember, you don't remember. We're going to play that video, and then I have some questions for you. Your Honor, this is the longer version of the video that's been referenced. It's 1 minute and 59 seconds.
House, when you're ready.
Camera recording started.
Still doing all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's going on?
Temperature's okay in here?
Yeah.
Okay.
I hear somebody got stabbed, and I fit the description.
Yes, you do.
All right.
Yep, so we're working through that now. Did you see that fight on the river?
I heard about it.
You heard about it?
Yeah, and I seen people gather around.
Okay, all right,
And I went over to talk to see if somebody saw anything, but that's about it.
okay,
Our whole group was pretty interested in finding out what happened.
okay. And that's your whole group over there?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't know.
This is why I was thinking, like, maybe he didn't know the whole thing was recorded.
Okay, well,
Did you see anybody injured? No. You didn't see anybody injured? No. Did you see anybody fighting?
I heard people screaming at each other, yes.
Okay. Screaming in anger or screaming in pain, do you know?
Everybody's drunk, so I don't know. I can't tell the difference, but I would say, I don't know, just screaming. You know, calling each other names. You know, that's seen that all day. And we've all been drinking a lot. I'm sure they're drunk. I'm sure they're kids being kids.
Just being kids. Where's your group from? Where did you drive from today?
I drove from Fire Lake.
From Fire Lake.
Actually,
Okay.
I didn't drive it. We came here.
Your wife and you? And you met the group here?
Yeah, but we know each other.
Okay. All right. As long as the temperature's good, I'll check back with you in a minute, okay? Thank you.
You lied to Sheriff Knudsen, right?
I don't remember that conversation. But yes,
You told him that you heard there was a stabbing, right?
I don't remember any of this stuff.
You're fishing for information about what happened, right?
I don't know what you could say I was fishing. I don't know.
You asked him some questions about what had happened, right?
Again, I don't remember this conversation.
If you were pretending that you didn't know what happened. Isn't that true?
No.
At the point that you were talking to Sheriff Knudsen and saying these things, you didn't know there was a video of what happened on the river, did you?
I didn't know whether I was dead or alive at that point.
She also didn't know that there was a video, right?
No.
When the sheriff asked you what had happened, one of your responses was it was kids being kids, right?
I don't remember any of that conversation.
You just heard yourself say it on the video, though.
So
I'll move on. Prior to being taken to jail, you were transferred from that squad car that you were in to a different squad car, right? Remember that? You remember at some point Deputy Thomason telling you that you were under arrest for homicide and attempted homicide?
I don't remember any of
Remember
that.
When you spoke with Lieutenant Hart, even though you'd been informed that you were being arrested for homicide, you pretended to know that, to not be aware that someone had died, right? Right? When you were talking to Lieutenant Hart, you,
Over here at the jail?
Yeah.
I don't remember any of that conversation.
you don't recall pretending to not be aware that someone had died.
Sustained.
when you're talking to Lieutenant Hart, that was about 4 hours after you'd been arrested, right?
Yeah, that's what I learned.
And said you had time to put together a story, right?
No,
You had 4 hours to come up with a story about what happened on the river before you were interviewed by Lieutenant Hart, right?
no,
You didn't have that time.
I didn't put a story together.
So when you told her things like, 2 of these boys pulled knives on me, you're telling the truth?
No,
That was a story, right?
correct.
And when you said that you somehow managed to grab one of the boys' arms and bend their wrist back and stab them with their own knife, that's a story you made up, right?
I told her what I remembered.
You remember doing that?
No, everything I told her is what I remembered at that time.
At the time you told her these things, you thought that you would grab someone's arm and stab them with their own knife?
As you can see, I was very confused.
Did you not testify earlier that you lied about the knife?
That I did.
And that nobody else had a knife on the river except for you?
That I lied about the knife.
So it's impossible then for you to have twisted someone's arm and stabbed them with their own knife, right?
I saw the video.
No, I'm asking what you said to Lieutenant Hart.
I don't remember the interview, but I saw the video. And
You're aware,
I know that it's not right. It's not true.
not just a couple of little lies, but lie on top of lie to Lieutenant Hart, right?
Yeah, they're pretty big.
Well, let's talk about some of the things you told her. You said, these boys took the goggles off my head and threw them down the river, right? You told her that,
If that's what the video recorded, yes.
right? You told her that these boys tried to pull down your shorts, right?
That's what I saw in the video, but I don't remember the interview.
That's a detail you added for your benefit, right?
No,
You said these boys attacked you, right? You told her that multiple times, right?
I saw the video.
Did you say that or not? Yes or
I
no?
said that in the video. Yes.
And you knew that wasn't true, right?
So in the video, I lied. I totally lied about the knife. I didn't remember a lot of details. I didn't remember of anything. I don't even remember the interview. I just, looking at the video, I can look at it like anybody would look at it for the first time. I don't remember any of that.
You told Lieutenant Hart that these boys told you, don't run away from us. Remember saying that?
No,
In fact, it's just the opposite. They were telling you to go, right?
I don't remember.
You told her that a second boy had a knife, attacked you with the knife, and you took that from him, right?
That's what I saw in the video.
That's not true either, right? Right?
That's not true.
You said that when you walked back to your group, and this is talking to Lieutenant Hart, that Ernesto asked you if you had found the phone, right? Remember saying that to her?
I don't remember any of that conversation I had with her.
Yeah, that wasn't true either, right?
If this is all part of that interview, I don't remember anything,
Yeah.
so.
That's what we're talking about. We're talking
Right.
about the interview with Lieutenant Hart.
Then I don't remember the interview.
Okay, I still get to ask you questions about
Sure.
it. You were specifically asked, did you have a knife, right? Do you remember being asked that?
I don't remember that, but I know I was.
Your
Really?
answer to Lieutenant Hart was no, no, absolutely no, right?
Right. Which I lied, I know I lied about the knife.
Okay.
You said to her, why did they want to scare me with a knife, right? Talking about the boys, I mean, the 17-year-olds? When none of them ever had a knife, right? Is that right?
Apparently not.
You said I grabbed it, meaning the knife, from him because he tried to poke me with it. Do you remember saying that?
Nope.
You said a woman hit you in the ear. Do you remember saying that?
Nope.
You know that's not true, right? You know that's not true as you sit here now, right?
Right.
You told the police and Lieutenant Hart, I think, that you thought it was two different groups of people fighting against each other, right?
I don't remember telling her that.
Right. You know, as you sit here today, that that's completely made up, right?
Again, I don't remember any of that you're talking about right now, if it's
told-
about the interview.
You told Lieutenant Hart that you wanted to stay in the area and, you know, watch the police come and arrest these people for fighting, right? That's what you told Lieutenant Hart?
That's what's in the transcript, yes.
When you were told that a person had died, your response was, is it because they fought each other? That's what you told her, right? That's how you responded?
If it's in the transcript. But I don't remember.
You never told Lieutenant Hart that you punched or pushed or did anything to Maddie Cohen, right? You left that part out?
After the initial interrogation, did he lawyer up afterwards? Or are there more police interrogations after that?
Is that what it's in there?
I'm
Then
asking if you ever told her that.
I don't remember.
You didn't mention that you had stabbed and severely injured another woman, Riley Madison. You didn't mention that to Lieutenant Hart, right?
Overruled.
You never mentioned that part.
I don't remember.
You didn't mention being strangled at any point, right?
If that's the transcript, then that we go by that, but I don't remember that interview.
And I think what you said earlier is that you were afraid you were going to die from being strangled, and that's why you stabbed Isaac Schumann in the heart, right? That was your testimony earlier? Didn't you say that today, this afternoon, here in court?
Yes?
That's
I
not
don't know. I feel like the lies look bad enough that he should just admit that he lied. Like, yeah, I lied. Just I don't know. I think it's just better just to admit that you lied.
anything you mentioned to any police officer.
Because the jury, they can still see you as like, well, they could either see you as like really fucking, you're not credible anymore. But I feel like it looks bad for him to continue down this path on things where it's like, come on, just admit that you lied. I think the jury can still find him that he's a liar, but maybe not a killer, right? Not a murderer.
Right?
Because I understand, like, some of you guys are saying that, like, oh, you know, maybe he was just, like, traumatized, like, and it was hazy for everything that happened afterwards. But then he also did lie about the things that happened before the altercation happened. And then right after he lost his snorkeling gear, when that group came over, he said, they took my snorkeling gear. That's a lie right there. So we just see patterns of lying throughout, which I think looks bad. And I think it's okay for him to just own it, be like, yeah, I mean, I did lie to the police. I was scared, you know. I wanted to talk to my attorney. I don't know. Just fucking, I don't know. Just come up with something. It would have been a lot better than this right here.
If I didn't mention, I didn't mention it. I don't remember that.
That's not an important
Yeah, I'm not
detail.
going to lie. When he first got on the stand, I was feeling a little bit sympathetic, too. I was like, Corky.
That you thought you might want to point out.
Overruled.
Yeah, the jury can see it as conscious of guilt.
Everything is every detail is important. We all know that. But I don't remember saying any of those things to Lieutenant Hart.
Because you didn't say them, right? That's why you don't remember.
Like, there were some things that happened during the altercation where he says he doesn't remember. I genuinely believe that because, you know, things are happening so quickly. He doesn't know who's grabbing who's touching him what's he's doing. Like, I totally believe that. But the overall grand scheme of him not remembering the big stuff, that's where I'm like, no, I think you're just trying to lie at the moment.
Is what?
You didn't say those things to her. That's why you don't remember, correct?
I don't remember what I said or what I didn't say to her. I don't remember even having an interview.
Yeah, like when I was trying to maybe even give him that, like, okay, maybe he genuinely didn't know that he dropped the snorkel. Maybe he genuinely thought that the teens like swiped it away from him. I can give him that, you know. If I really, really want to be like charitable, I'll give him that. But there's a lot of big things here that I'm just like, nah.
So you can't remember anything about what you told her, but when Mr. Nelson's asking you questions, you can remember all these feelings you had at the time. Is that true?
Overruled.
You remember answering his questions about how you were feeling that day?
The feelings I had when I was attacked.
And when you were meeting with Lieutenant Hart?
Yes. Objection sustained. Please rephrase the question.
I want to know what the judge thinks about this.
You testified today a lot about remembering what you were feeling that day, right? When Mr. Nelson was questioning you, right?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
But when you're asked other details that might not be so useful, you don't remember them. right?
Certain feelings and certain, they stick to you forever.
Ones
They
that are
affect
helpful
you.
to your defense, those stick to you, right? System. You were examined by the jail nurse, the SART nurse, several hours after the incident, right?
Yes,
This
You
joke
never
is kind of
mentioned to her
scary.
that you'd been strangled, right?
didn't mention to her a lot.
Sure.
Not that
I heard that closing arguments might happen tomorrow, actually, 400. So, I don't know when sentencing is going to happen, though, because sometimes, like, they do sentencing pretty quickly, and then sometimes it's like, oh, we'll schedule sentencing months out, but if there is a sentencing. But yeah, apparently closing arguments tomorrow. So, I'll definitely, wait, hold on. Tomorrow's also opening statements for the Daybell trial. So, I don't know. I kind of want to prioritize this one and then go to opening statements for Daybell. Oh, fudge.
because I intentionally didn't want to do it. I didn't remember. I was still in shock.
You didn't mention anything about your throat hurting.
I don't remember what I mentioned to her.
I understand. You never, at any point, told anybody, other than today, that you had a sore throat or your throat was sore from after this incident, right?
I didn't tell anybody.
At any point during the day after you were arrested, when you're interviewed with people, when the jail or the SART nurse is talking to you, you never once said, oh, my throat is sore because Isaac Schumann strangled me, right?
I don't remember what I told those guys either. I was, like I said, I don't remember lots of the interaction I had with anybody here at the jail.
But today,
Yeah.
almost 2 years later, you remember that the next day your throat hurt. That's
Yes,
what you
because
testified earlier.
yeah. And my back.
You
still
can
have-
remember that detail, but not the other details.
My back still hurts right now.
The SART nurse specifically asked you when she was doing the exam, where are you hurt? And you pointed out some things to her, right?
I may have.
Yeah. But you never once said, I had been strangled, I have an injury to my throat hurts, nothing like that.
I don't remember.
When she asked you what hurt, you said your butt hurt from the rocks. That was your response to the nurse, right?
Don't remember.
You had said that you're in poor health, or you were at least in poor health back on July 30th of 2022. You had your bypass surgery 2 years prior to that, right?
Mhm.
So yes.
Yes.
And typically people that have medical procedures like that are given restrictions on what they can do in their activities, right?
Yeah.
And you apparently weren't restricted from swimming, snorkeling, doing outdoor sports on a river, right?
I was for a while, but 2 years later, lots of the restrictions, I believe, got lifted.
Those restrictions got lifted because you got better, right?
You can say the doctor makes that decision, but he says if you feel a little better, do as much as you can.
Yeah,
All right, questions. See you in a bit.
and you were in fact snorkeling and swimming and doing things like that, physical activities, right?
Snorkeling in 15 inches of water, I was mostly I didn't even snorkel. That was not a lake but I was my whole plan for the day was to just float down the river and relax.
You're able to run, at least you were back on July 30th of 2022, right?
Run.
You were able to run at that time, right? You weren't restricted from running.
I mean,
You didn't have a medical restriction to keep you from running, right?
no.
And in fact, you did run when you ran up on Isaac Schumann's group, correct?
You call that run? Okay. That's not a run, but I wasn't running. I wasn't allowed to run or do any activities like that, so I wasn't running.
At the time that this all happened, July 30th, 2022, you felt sufficiently healthy to go off on your own, away from your wife and your group, to go do snorkeling on your own, right?
That's what I felt.
I thought he was trying to go for that initially, Master. This one is a stretch by the prosecution. Tubing isn't an intensive sport. I think he's trying to show that the guy, even though he had the heart surgery 2 years ago, that on that day, the heart surgery wasn't constricting him to the point where he wasn't able to run, wasn't able to snorkel, tube, blah, 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 blah. I think that's where he's going. Because it would be stupid if he was like, oh, well, if you just had heart surgery, then shouldn't you not be tubing? It's like, no, tubing, you're just chilling down the river. But he mentioned the running part, so I think that's why he was trying to show that, oh, you were fine that day.
Almost done. we can have Exhibit 4, Item 10. I'm going to ask Investigator Schultz to actually handle it since it's evidence, physical evidence.
Can you retrieve the exhibit? Oh, it is out.
What is this? The knife?
Yes,
That's the knife you used to stab these people.
that's a knife I used to defend myself with. Yes.
I asked you earlier about when you stabbed Dante Carlson. You agreed that he was not attacking you at the point that you stabbed him. He was the last person stabbed, right?
He attacked me.
Earlier, but when you stabbed him, Tony Carlson had already broke up the fight, right? You said you agreed to that earlier.
At that time, everybody that came in contact with me attacked me.
Anybody who looked at you,
No, anybody that came in contact with me, I felt attacked.
you felt attacked whether you were being physically attacked or not, right?
I was in the moment, so I felt attacked by anybody that had either previously attacked me or was approaching to attack me.
So you felt like you could stab folks who were not attacking you at the moment that you stabbed them.
Sustained. Sustained.
You walked up to Dante Carlson and stabbed him in the belly, right?
I did not walk up to Dante Carlson and stab him in the belly.
I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Nelson?
That's it? Redirect?
Jimmy, if you would ask some questions about your fitness on July 30th, I want to ask you some questions about that, okay? Just, maybe we can get it done in one question. Did you feel fit enough to take on 13 teenagers and adults in a fight by yourself without a weapon?
I didn't, no.
You were asked some questions about what happened with each of these people, right? And you were shown some stills.
Mhm.
Were you in court when, do you know how many frames are in per second of these videos?
I learned they're like 24, 25.
So one frame is a 24th of a second, is that right?
Correct.
When you were in that, let me play the video. I'm going to play Exhibit 2.
Connected?
Oh, now the camera
Yeah, yeah,
pans
yeah,
over.
start.
That's not the screen I'm looking at, Judge.
Is this?
Another chance here, Judge, sorry. Shows the video 2. I want to play it from the one.
Be able to use your exhibit?
Just before we press play, Mr. Mew, do you see what's on the screen there at 149?
Yes,
Is that you falling backwards?
yes,
I want to press play and ask them to stop it at 2:05, okay?
okay.
Please press play.
He hit a woman? He hit a woman?
Did you observe those 16 seconds or so?
Yes,
You, if there's 24 frames a second and we watch for 16 seconds, as you sit here now, are you able to break down exactly what happened in each of those 284 frames? I mean, do you have a memory of
No.
1/24th of a second
no,
for
absolutely not.
how, as far as time goes, if you can, and I
Mhm.
apologize, but if you can, just put yourself back in that space for a moment.
Mhm.
Can you do that?
Yes,
When you're back in that space, on that river, in that time, did you seem like you had 284 different chances to do different things and feel different things? How did time feel in that moment?
it was not real. Everything was not real. Time wasn't following the same rules.
When you,
Slow, very slow.
when you said you didn't have a memory of some of the details, but you had a memory of the feelings, can you explain, how is that?
So feelings are brought on by what's happening, at least with me. If you get hit in the head, that's a feeling of hurt. If you fall back and you hit your head, you fall back on river rock and you get hurt, you feel pain. When you know you can't get away and you feel like you're drowning and there are people on top of you pounding you and holding you in the water, that's a timestamp in a filing cabinet that says, this is what I suffered.
How long
It's
ago
a-
was the Michael Dunn
Go ahead,
case?
sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, it's something I would love to erase from my memory, but unfortunately, there are lots of those feelings, very strong feelings I can't erase.
How confident are you in the accuracy of your feelings?
I know my feelings. I lived with my feelings for 54 years.
How about this feeling? How confident are you in the accuracy of this feeling that you're
100% confident that that is my feeling. 100% confident.
even if you can't remember the details of everything you saw,
Correct.
even if you can't remember the details of everything you heard?
Right.
Let me, because there were some questions and I want to just make sure we cover it, right?
Mhm.
AJ, Mark, do you remember each of these acts that you're charged with, each of these acts of stabbing?
No.
Do you remember the particulars, that is, I should say, the particulars of like X person did this or Y person did this or Z person did this?
No.
Do you remember, do you have any memory of just randomly stabbing people?
No.
What is your memory as to why you did what you did?
I was afraid for my life. And what I did, I had to do to defend myself.
Do you have a memory of stabbing anybody that didn't come towards you or attack you or touch you or push you or hit you?
No.
Did you ever just randomly go up and hit somebody?
No.
Do you have any memory of Tony Carlson trying to break anything up?
No.
You were asked about that, but I know there's some frames on that. Do you remember the frame in which Tony Carlson's coming up from behind and pushing you?
I didn't know who it was, but I remember being held in the water. I mean, it's a feeling that it gives me the nightmares, the trauma that was caused by that. That's the trauma that I remember.
There were asked some questions there at the end about the Larry and Davis video. Could you make anything out in there?
No, I thought I was looking at Sasquatch.
Do you remember anything about Dante? Dante Carlson is the person on the video previously that we saw here that had hit you. You know that, correct?
Yeah.
And he's the person in those two-tone shorts, correct?
Yeah.
Do you have a memory of how it came to be that you defended yourself against him that's not on the Jawan Cockfield video?
No.
You remember him coming up to you?
I remember lots of people coming onto me. I couldn't distinguish.
Wait, I just got a notification from, was it Court TV? It's gone now, though. It was like the star witness testimony that something. I think it was going to show the testimony of Madison, but the premiere went down. Now it went private. What happened to it? Do you guys see that? Do you guys have notifications for Court TV? Or was it Law and Crime? I want to watch that.
Who? I don't remember color of shorts or anything like that.
Did you ever swing or hit the knife out of anger?
No.
Why'd you use the knife?
I use because I'm a mechanical engineer. I use it as a tool. But what I used it for that day, I used it to save my life for self-defense.
That's all.
Mr. Smestad?
So, Mr. MIU,
Wait, that's it? All right, back to the state.
you hear over and over again that there was 13 people there, and you're there by yourself, right?
Apparently,
But we
yes.
know that's not true because Ariel was behind you.
Objection.
Sustained.
13 people did not attack you, correct?
Looking at the evidence, correct. In the picture at the time, I didn't know that.
13 people were using words that you didn't like, right?
In action, right?
2 women touched you on your shoulders and arms, right?
They didn't just touch me on my shoulders and arms. You know that.
You were 250 pounds at the time, right?
Yes.
And these women touching your arms caused you to fear for your life?
You're not touching.
Objection.
What's the objection?
That's not the evidence. That's not what he said.
Again, members of the jury, disregard what the attorneys say because what they say is not evidence. What the witness says is the evidence that you rely on. Next question.
You said the time slowed down for you on redirect, right? You said the rules didn't apply, time slowed down.
To me, at that time, everything felt different.
If time had slowed down, you would have time to consider your actions, right?
If it did slow down, yes. So I was wrong when I said it slowed down, but yes.
But that's what you said, right?
I understand.
You never told the SART nurse that you had been drowning, right?
Overruled.
I don't remember what I told the doctor.
You never told Lieutenant Hart that you had been drowning?
I don't remember.
Nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. MIU. You may leave the table. You do a few minutes.
Who's next?
All right, let's come back at 3:45. Please take the jury out.
More breaks? Was Jason Bourne Romanian? I actually never got into the Bourne, what was it, the Bourne Ultimatum movies? Never really got into those. All right, they're back from break. I just want to see who's going to testify.
In fact, I understand.
Wait, we're back from break?
The instruction. MIU.
Oh, God, I need to take off my glasses. I have a fucking headache. Okay, let's go back.
All right, we are back on the record. Mr. Smith and Mr. Anderson are present. Mr. Nelson is present with Mr. MIU. I understand Mr. Trophy had to leave.
Mr. Trophy is doing the closing tomorrow, so we've decided to divide.
Yeah, closing argument tomorrow.
Mr. MIU gave me permission to tell Your Honor that he's comfortable with me proceeding.
All right.
And Mr. Trophy is doing other tasks to represent him.
I guess the first question I have before we dive into the instructions is this. Are either of the parties requesting lesser included offenses?
Yes.
Yes, you should.
I'm sorry, I missed that. Yes by the state, no by the defense. Mr. Anderson, which lesser included?
I'm satisfied with
Reckless
the ones
homicide?
in the draft instructions, Judge.
Okay, so I want to make sure we're clear on the record here. You're requesting lesser included for count 1 to include second degree intentional homicide,
Huh?
first degree reckless homicide.
Okay, because I'm thinking reckless homicide. I don't know about second degree. I'm thinking like maybe reckless homicide. Maybe, you know, if they convict reckless homicide. First degree intentional, I don't know if the jury was going to agree on that. Okay, so we are including the lesser charges. Okay, we're wondering.
Right? Second degree reckless homicide.
Correct.
Then for counts
How long do I think the jury would deliberate? I don't know why. Even though I think this is a tough one, I feel like it'll be a quick deliberation. I'm gonna say 2 to 3 hours. What do you guys think? I want to say 2 to 3 hours. No, there's so Shay, there's first degree intentional homicide. There's second degree. What was the second degree one? Hold on. First degree intentional homicide, and there was like second degree Wisconsin. First degree. Oh no, I want to go to Wisconsin legislator. Okay. Yeah, there's I need to put my glasses back on. Whoop. First degree intentional homicide. And then there's first degree reckless homicide. There's also second degree intentional homicide. And second degree reckless homicide. Now the difference between first degree reckless homicide. Oh, let me show you guys. Let's see. First degree reckless homicide. Oh, I think it's is it the utter disregard for human life? Because second degree is second degree intentional homicide. Yeah, I think the difference between those two was the first degree. Whoever recklessly causes the death of another human being under a circumstance which show utter disregard for human life is guilty. And I don't think the utter regard for human life, I don't think that's brought up in second degree. Oh my god, there's so many of them. Yeah, so first degree show utter disregard for human life, and then first degree reckless homicide. Oh, that's first degree reckless homicide. Fuck, hold on, I'm getting confused now. Because there was one where the difference between first and second degree was the whether or not you showed utter disregard for human life. That might be for reckless homicide. Intentional homicide. Intentional means like you have the intention to kill them. Intention matters. Because I'm trying to think now, what's the difference between first degree intentional homicide and second degree intentional homicide? Second degree intentional homicide. So you still have the intent here. Still have the intent. Should I just read the whole thing? Let's go to what he's saying first, and then I'll go back and read the whole thing.
2, 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah, I think utter disregard was the difference between first and second degree reckless homicide, but first and second degree intentional homicide pending.
You're requesting lesser included for attempted second degree homicide, for first degree recklessly endangering safety.
Wait, sorry, he's recapping everything. Hold on. Because there's also the attempted homicide as well on the other 4 that were stabbed.
I'm sorry, I missed that. Yes by the state, no by the defense. Mr. Anderson, which lesser included?
I'm satisfied with the ones in the draft instructions, Judge.
Okay, so I want to make sure we're
Yeah, no, sure. Oh, that is a legitimate argument too. That's what I was wondering too. I was like, you could also argue that if someone has a knife out, maybe it was your intention to kill. For me, I just thought it was just his intention to maybe hurt them.
clear on the record here. You're requesting lesser included for count 1 to include second degree intentional homicide, first degree reckless homicide, second degree reckless homicide.
Correct.
Then for counts 2, 3, 4, and 5, you're requesting lesser included for attempted second degree homicide, for first degree recklessly endangering safety, and second degree recklessly endangering safety.
Correct.
Clear on the record here. You're requesting lesser included for count 1 to include second degree intentional homicide, first degree reckless homicide,
Yeah, so this is for Isaac.
second degree reckless homicide.
Correct.
Then for counts 2, 3, 4, and 5,
And these are for the
you're requesting
rest.
lesser included for attempted second degree homicide, for first degree recklessly endangering safety, and second degree recklessly endangering safety.
Correct.
Mr. Nelson, any comment?
We object
Any basis?
along the facts. I mean, I don't want to try to be efficient here, but I don't think it's supported by the facts that have been presented here. Certainly as to, I understand count 1, second degree, we prefer not, but I don't think there's a basis in law or fact for me to make an argument that he doesn't get second degree intentional. As to count 1, first degree reckless, I don't think that there is a basis in fact that there is any evidence there was utter disregard for human life in this situation where the person, Mr. Schumann, died instantly. So for those reasons, so we object to first degree reckless as to count 1. Can we go through the other counts or just deal with count 1 first?
Now go through the other counts.
As to counts 2 through 5, again, I understand that second degree intentional is a lesser included of first degree intentional. So I'm not objecting to that. While we prefer that it not be offered, I agree that there's a factual basis for it. As to the reckless endangerment, first degree reckless endangerment, again, there's no evidence that it was utter disregard. I believe in these cases, I do concede that case law that I've seen supports the fact that reckless endangerment is a lesser included of attempted homicide.
Mr. Anderson.
So basically, both the state and defense are entitled to ask for a lesser included offense, and it's error for the court not to include lesser included offenses as long as there's a basis. So a jury could conclude that although he was reckless in stabbing these people, he didn't actually have the intent to kill them, hence the reckless charges. The self-defense is still at issue in all of them, but I think it's appropriate to have the lesser included.
My understanding of the law is that either party may make a request for lesser included. One party's decision to request lesser included cannot be challenged by the other party. So here the state is making the request. It's entitled to the instruction as long as the evidence supports it. In my judgment, the crimes that are being requested as lesser included are in fact all lesser included offenses. The homicides in count 1, the lesser degree of homicides certainly are. Same with the attempted homicides in counts 2 through 5. There's also a case law that says that the reckless conduct for each of the classes of offenses are lesser included. So I'm satisfied that the charges themselves are lesser included offenses. I'm also satisfied that the facts support the lesser included crimes that have been requested. I think Mr. Anderson's assessment is correct, that the jury could conclude that Mr. MIU did not have the intent to kill, but he did engage in reckless conduct by indiscriminately jabbing and swinging his knife around people. He testified today that he really didn't know what was going on, didn't know who was hitting him, didn't know where people were necessarily. It all happened very fast. Yet the knife was used in a way that would show utter disregard for human life. It was certainly reckless in nature. When considering utter disregard for human life, there are a number of factors to consider. What he was doing, why he was engaged in the conduct, how dangerous the conduct was, how obvious the danger was, whether the conduct showed any regard for life, and all other facts and circumstances relating to the conduct. Again, we have a man who is using a knife in a dangerous way, indiscriminately brandishing it against others. Others were injured. Mr. MIU left the scene, left the wounded behind. After a delay, he tubed past them without rendering aid, without notifying police what happened. I think those are all facts that one could conclude are utter disregard for human life. So I'm satisfied that the facts support each of the lesser included instructions that have been requested by the state. All right, what I'd like to do is...
What's my favorite cartel? What kind of question is that? I watched Griselda recently. Does that count as a cartel? I don't have a favorite cartel. I don't know. That's a weird question. Okay, so first degree intentional homicide. Because I was like, what's the difference? First degree intentional homicide in Wisconsin is a Class A felony. The crime is charged when the defendant has an intent to kill the victim, which we know. The proof of intent is important because intentional homicide can be charged even if the wrong victim was killed. As long as the defendant had an intent to kill a victim, it does not matter who the victim... Really? It doesn't matter who the victim was? Huh? Intent is also important in differentiating between first and second degree intentional homicide. Okay? First degree intentional homicide convictions in Wisconsin carry mandatory life in prison. Second degree intentional homicide. So what's the difference? Second degree intentional homicide is a Class B felony, but it can only be charged if the defendant had a valid reason, such as adequate provocation, unnecessary defense force, prevention of felony, and coercion. Second degree intentional homicide carries... Okay, so like it means like you intend to kill them still, but you had a valid reason. And the valid reasons are these three bulletins right here. Adequate provocation, unnecessary defense force, prevention of felony, and coercion. Okay. Second degree intentional homicide carries a minimum 60 years of imprisonment, but more time can be added. There are additional felony charges. Okay. Yeah, I just don't know if I'm going for first degree intentional homicide. And then the reckless one, from my understanding, was the difference between whether or not there was an utter disregard for human life. The difference between first degree reckless homicide and second degree reckless homicide. God, I'm so glad that I'm not back in school study. Just seeing all these texts just gives me a headache. It's so tiny. Okay, let's go back to Mr. Judge.
Is walk through the instructions that I have. If there's an objection or something that you think warrants discussion, please stop me, and then we can have a conversation about it. I intend to issue 100 opening instructions, 145 information, not evidence, 1017 first degree intentional homicide with self-defense, and the three lesser includeds that I mentioned.
I do have objections about that, just I'm not sure when you want to.
Yes. What's the objection?
On page 3, I don't have an objection to 1017 in general, Judge, just some of the wording within 1017. On page 3, the first paragraph, the definition of great bodily harm is included based upon our request. we're comfortable with great bodily harm means other serious permanent bodily injury, as opposed to the entire definition. My understanding, the state wants the entire definition.
Mr. Anderson?
We have a legal definition. I think it makes sense to use the legal.
Why is this microphone pointing up like this? Who did this? Can you fix it, please?
definition.
I believe that this is the legal definitions out of the statute. There's also a jury instruction with this definition. That's what I used. I didn't feel comfortable taking parts out of it because I didn't know how the attorneys intended to argue. So the entire definition is in there. I think the attorneys can use whichever portions they choose to use, but it is a correct statement of the law. Next objection.
The paragraph in red regarding provocation, I previously filed document 318 in which we had submitted a modified version of jury instruction 815. I sent that again last night via email to everybody at the court's request. I believe that that is a more accurate rendition of the law. It's our position as is outlined in document 318 that the state needs to specify what was the unlawful conduct, which was of the type to provoke others to attack. And that there's a need in this paragraph for the court to tell the jury that it is the law that they have to prove the unlawful conduct, which is the basis for the provocation beyond a reasonable doubt. I appreciate they have to disprove self-defense, but since provocation is the state's attempt to
Bye, KK. Yeah, I'm starving. Oh, it's only 2:40. Why am I starving?
put a hurdle in front of whether we get self-defense, I think it needs to be made clear in that paragraph that it's the state's burden to prove.
Yeah, I don't believe she was punched in the face. I think it's possible that she was either shoved in the face or she was just shoved away.
Provocation occurred beyond a reasonable doubt.
But the reason why I think probably maybe shoved in the face, because her sunglasses were on her, and then the next second they weren't on her anymore. So I was thinking maybe like he shoved her in a way that her glasses like fell off.
And again, I'm happy to go
But
watch
punch,
the video, but
I don't know. I think that's pushing it.
I think the document number 318 with the case law that's cited in footnotes is a better argument than what I'm verbally making right now.
Mr.
Oh, hey,
Anderson?
questions are back.
It's a pattern jury instruction. I looked at the motion filed by defense. The authority they used were two Washington state cases from the 1980s that there's been, I didn't see that it's been adopted in any other state since the 1980s. I saw a couple of California cases that cited to them that were overturned. There's no such authority in Wisconsin to modify the pattern jury instruction. It's drafted by the Jury Instruction Committee to conform with Wisconsin law. So the closest thing I could find I included in my response, which is directly negated a Minnesota court case that was cited. So I don't see the reason or the authority to modify it.
Just so we're clear, the jury instructions aren't law. The jury instructions are a committee's recommendations as to what the court can instruct the jury as to what the law is. But I appreciate we're asking for a modification. But in response to the state, it seems like the state is saying, I need to have some authority to say why we shouldn't use 815 in the manner that it's here. A, I provided authority. I agree that it's not Wisconsin because there's no issue on point in Wisconsin. But I think we all agree, at least we did yesterday in chambers, that the burden is on the state to prove provocation beyond a reasonable doubt. So if we all agree that that's the law, and the purpose of the jury instructions is to tell the jury the law, then why would we want to include that in this paragraph to make it clear?
Oh, I can't wait to get my hands on the jury instructions. I don't know why. I'm so excited for the jury instructions.
Tell you, Judge, and I understand my understanding is not the basis, but you know, lots of lawyers involved in this case. I think we all agree that this 29 pages of jury instructions is probably some of the most complicated reading we've ever done in our legal career. So anything we can do to simplify it, I think, is worthwhile for a group of eventually 12 people who do not have law degrees.
So under the self-defense statute, Mr. MIU loses the privilege of self-defense if he provokes.
Oh,
Yeah.
do you guys want to do a poll now? We can do a poll, actually. Someone mentioned a poll earlier. MIU is... But I don't know, now that we have all these lesser charges. So I guess, like, if you say that he's guilty, that means you think he's guilty of either the main charge or even including the lesser charges, I guess. Guilty, not guilty. Not sure. Not sure. Not paying attention. Okay, it's a very basic poll, but go have at it. Feel free to vote, guys.
Attack by unlawful conduct. So I'm hearing two arguments. One is that the phrase unlawful conduct must be identified and defined. The other is that the instruction should include some reference to the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. In terms of the modifications requested by the defense, no Wisconsin case law supports the request. The reference to unlawful.
You want me to state out all the charges? Okay. The main charges for the stabbing and the death of Isaac Schumann, the 17-year-old, the only one that died in this case. That's first degree intentional homicide. And then for the other four, it's second degree. Fuck, what was the other four again? Second degree intentional homicide, right? For the other four? That was what it was originally. However, wait, I think maybe they put it in here. Oh, sorry, attempted. Yeah, first degree attempted, because it was attempt, because he didn't actually kill them. Sorry, I need to eat. When I don't eat, I start getting a little bit jittery. Okay, so with Isaac, the one who died, it was first degree intentional homicide. The other four is attempted first degree homicide. And then, battery with a dangerous weapon. Okay, that too. But now they're working on jury instructions. The state wants to include the lesser charges. So the lesser charges of the first degree intentional homicide would be second degree intentional homicide, and I think the first degree reckless homicide, if I remember correctly, I think. And then for the other four, it was a bunch of other stuff that I don't remember.
Conduct is part of the self-defense statute, section 939.48. The phrase is not an element of a crime. That may require more specificity. Second, the phrase is not limited to a single act. It is broad enough to include multiple acts, whether they be.
Yeah, it has to be unanimous. If they don't agree, it'll be a mistrial. And yeah.
Criminal acts or tortious acts.
I mean, MIU doesn't want a mistrial, because if there's a mistrial, then this whole thing, oh my God, they would do this whole thing all over again, right?
But acts nonetheless that would cause a reasonable person to physically react. In this case, there is credible evidence that Mr. MIU engaged in unlawful conduct during his encounter with the tubers. There is credible evidence that his conduct was of a type likely to provoke an attack by others. The jury will need to evaluate that conduct and the conduct of others and determine how it affects the self-defense claim. So while I understand.
Oh, they don't have to try it again for a mistrial? I thought it was a mistrial. Wait, sorry. Am I getting mistrial and hung jury mixed up? Wait. I'm mind fucking myself right now. Mistrial. Oh, okay. If it was a. Am I getting confused? If there's a disagreement, that's a hung jury. Okay. What was the mistrial? Okay, sorry. I think I was confusing myself, and I was using both of them interchangeably. I meant hung jury. Hung jury. If they can't decide unanimously, then it's a hung jury. And then my understanding, does that get tried again? Because remember with what was the one in Catherine McBanwell's? What happened in her case? Was that a hung jury as well, and then she was tried a second time? Yes, transport it over to me. Thank you. I will accept on this opposite end of the wormhole.
Some of the issues that other states have wrestled with. In Wisconsin, we do not have any authority to support the specificity that is being requested by the defense. As far as the burden of proof, I also declined to modify the language.
Yeah, because Catherine McBanwell, she had a... Okay. So then me using it interchangeably was okay then, right? because she had a hung jury and that led to a mistrial. But then mistrial can also cover an umbrella of other things as well, like misconduct and other stuff. Okay. Because let's say there's a hung jury here and then they declare a mistrial, they can still try him again. Unless maybe in Wisconsin you're not allowed to do that. Yeah, because I think a hung jury is more specific. A mistrial is more generic. It's up to the states. That's what I'm assuming.
In my judgment, the pattern instruction is adequate and it correctly states the law. I don't want to make modifications that could potentially be confusing or misleading. I think by adding additional language about the burden of proof with regard to provocation could do just that. It is true that the state has the burden of disproving self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt. The state has the burden of proving every fact necessary for a finding of guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. I relied on the pattern instructions. Those instructions repeatedly instruct the jury on these basic points. Adding more language about the burden of proof to the provocation paragraph could confuse the jury because it would imply an obligation to prove provocation. The state is not required to prove provocation. The state is required to disprove self-defense. The state may achieve that in a number of ways.
Wait, the state is not required to prove provocation?
Make modifications that could potentially be confusing or misleading. I think by adding additional language about the burden of proof with regard to provocation could do just that. It is true that the state has the burden of disproving self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt. The state has the burden of proving every fact necessary for a finding of guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. I relied on the pattern instructions. Those instructions repeatedly instruct the jury on these basic points. Adding more language about the burden of proof to the provocation paragraph could confuse the jury because it would imply an obligation to prove provocation. The state is not required to prove provocation. The state is required to disprove self-defense. The state may achieve that in a number of ways. Provocation is one of them. If the state elects to disprove self-defense by way of provocation, then the state will need to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt, and the pattern instructions adequately instruct the jury about that burden. So those are the reasons why I'm denying any additional modifications. Were there other objections to 1017?
Yes, Judge. The next paragraph, I don't believe that there's a factual basis for that, which would normally be a bracketed portion of 815, and that is the paragraph, a person who provokes an attack, whether by lawful or unlawful conduct, with intent to use such an attack as an excuse, and then it goes on. That's the sentence which I don't believe that there is a factual basis to support its inclusion in 1017.
Mr. Anderson?
Before he even ran up on the boys, he touched his knife in his pocket. He kept touching his knife in his pocket while people were telling him to leave. He took out his knife and still nothing happened. And then witnesses say he punched Maddie. After they responded, he started stabbing people. So I think it's not a huge stretch to argue that he punched Maddie to provoke the response that would give him an argument for self-defense.
Is that really the state's theory?
I think there's an argument.
Sure.
Wait, who? Was it the judge that asked that?
Is that the state's theory?
I don't think it's going to what I'm going to argue to the jury, but I would mention if they believe that.
Why are we randomly zooming in on people in the crowd? Can we go back to the judge? Is this one of the victims? Is that why?
Again, the optional paragraph that we're talking about is an accurate statement of the law. A judge's decision to give an instruction is discretionary, but has to be based on the facts of the case. So are there facts to believe that Mr. MIU was looking to stab people but just needed the right excuse? And he punched Madison Cohen so he'd have that excuse? That's what you're saying?
Yes. That's an argument we could make.
Help me better understand the facts then. That leads you to that argument. Also, is it an argument that you're going to make? Because if you're not going to make it, I'm not going to include it because it's not relevant.
I was planning on briefly mentioning it and then moving on to other theories or other theories of the case. But I think I gave my argument, Judge. If
I mean, we're asking that it not be included. These are complicated instructions. I don't think they've met their burden to prove that a reasonable jury could think that. Your Honor, I know is very judicial in letting juries decide things that are jury matters, but it sounds like Your Honor has, even in that interpretation, skepticism as to how any reasonable jury could think that. And
No, not necessarily that. It seems to run in the face contrary to the theory that I've heard. But, it's the state's case, and if you want to give them a menu of options, it's your choice. I'll include it. Next.
Next, Judge, and I know this is not efficient, but this, as applies to this case, the effective law of self-defense, I think those next 5 bullet points, the wording of it, implies that the burden of proof is with Mr. MIU. And he doesn't have to prove that his belief was reasonable.
So you're talking about pages 3 and 4.
Correct.
Bullet points.
Yeah, I don't know. This website says here it's like a law office. Mistrial. The jury cannot reach a decision according to the rules of the court. The judge would declare a mistrial. That does not mean you are free or that you're not guilty. It means the prosecution will have to retry their case. Most of the time, the prosecutor will do so, and you will have to go through another trial.
Correct. Those 5 bullet points under, as applies to this case, the effective law of self-defense is, again, it's a summary. I don't think it's necessary. I appreciate that it's part of the standard, but I think it flips the burden within those 5 bullet points because it implies that the jury has to find his belief was reasonable, which isn't what they have to find. The jury has to find that the state has proven his belief was unreasonable. That's different.
I understand the objection. I'm going to include it. It's part of the pattern instruction. While I have discretion to deviate from the pattern instruction, I see no reason for doing so here. What the bullet points do, in my opinion, is put all of this law into context of how it fits together with the lesser includeds and a finding of not guilty. It puts it in 5 bullet points. And I think it encapsulizes a lot of different concepts and gives the jury an understandable roadmap for the thought process that they can utilize in reaching their verdict. In no way does it suggest that Mr. MIU has the burden of proving any of these elements. It just describes the way it all fits together. In fact, on page 4, the paragraph immediately after the bullet point refers to the state's burden of proving all facts necessary to constitute the crime is beyond a reasonable doubt. Later in the instruction, the court provides much greater detail on the elements of proof and what needs to be considered. Again, there's more reference to the burden of proof being on the state. So I think that the law is accurate and it does not mislead the jury. Anything else?
Yes. The next paragraph, the use of the word established, I think it should be, so the paragraph reading instead, I think it should read, instead you will be asked to determine whether the state has cross out established and put proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and then go back to the standard language.
You lost me. Which page?
Page 4, the paragraph underneath the 4 bullet points, the second sentence beginning with the word instead. The 4th line down, second word in, is established. I think that word should be crossed out, and we should use the word proven, and then we should include beyond a reasonable doubt. We use proof all the other times, and now here in this section we use established. I just think it's more accurate to say proven, and obviously
Quoting dumplings really hard.
the burden to prove it, the necessary fact beyond a reasonable doubt. So
Exactly what was said in the sentence right before it.
which is why that's why it doesn't make sense to me. If we use the word prove in the first sentence, why are we using the word establish in the second sentence and the word establish in the third sentence? Even if you don't include beyond a reasonable doubt, which I understand, Your Honor says the first sentence covers that. Just change the word establish to proven. At least then we're consistent with that language.
I'm going to leave it as is. I don't want to wordsmith too much. It's not misleading. I think it's accurate. The first sentence clearly states the state's burden to prove all facts necessary to constitute a crime beyond a reasonable doubt. And then I think for probably flow and just general understanding uses the word established. I think it is implicit that it's established beyond a reasonable doubt. There's really no other way to read those following sentences. What's next?
Page 6, the last paragraph. I appreciate that the standard language says you must not find him guilty. I think the simpler language is you must find him not guilty.
How can that possibly be correct?
Because the verdicts are guilty and not guilty. And so
It
if it
completely
says,
ignores the lesser included.
no, it says, if you are not so in my reading, it would say, if you are not so satisfied, you must find him not guilty of first-degree intentional, and you must consider the next one.
But they're not returning a not guilty verdict.
I appreciate that they're not putting out a verdict, but I think that that's the finding.
I'm going to leave it as is. There's a lesser included, there's a sequence. They start with first degree. If they don't agree there, they go to second degree, and so on and so forth. And at the end is when they would reach the not guilty if they are not persuaded on guilt for any of the charged or lesser included offenses. Putting in, you must find him not guilty, I think would be misleading and contrary to law. Anything else in that instruction?
No, Judge. Oh, well, I mean, I'm sorry. Next is page 8 on the paragraph determining whether beliefs were reasonable. The last sentence of that paragraph, instead of his acts, I think it should say the alleged crimes, because we're not assessing his beliefs about anything other than his beliefs at the time that he committed these alleged crimes. So if you include from the standpoint at the time of his acts, it's much broader, and we're not trying to establish the reasonableness of his beliefs in the first 1 minute and 49 seconds of that video. There's nothing about the reasonableness of his beliefs then. It's only about the reasonableness of his beliefs when he committed these crimes. So I'm just asking that his acts be crossed out and replaced by the alleged crimes or the charged crimes.
I'm going to leave it as is. I don't want to wordsmith. It's an accurate statement of the law. This is a pattern instruction by the jury instruction committee, which is a committee of, I think, at least 10 judges. These instructions have been vetted and reviewed and studied, and in my judgment, 10 minds are better than one. And I just don't feel comfortable wordsmithing and changing words without fully appreciating and understanding the effect that those changes may have to the broader meaning of the instruction.
And again, I understand. I just want to make sure my point is clear for the record. I disagree. I don't think it's an accurate statement of the law, but I heard your honor, and we'll move on.
Okay. Anything else?
Same complaint on page 8 about the wording of not find Mr. MIU guilty as opposed to find Mr. MIU not guilty, but I can understand your honor's previous ruling would be consistent to overrule my objection.
Next.
Yep, I'm still working through this, Judge. I'm going as fast as I can. Page 10 under jury's decision, again, the same issue comes up that your honor previously mentioned. That's all on 1017, Judge. I believe I previously mentioned State v. Austin, and while I would prefer the elements of the crime on page 9 include self-defense, I appreciate that consistent with Austin. Element number 2 includes the language required by Austin, and element number 3 includes the language required by Austin. So I'll just leave it at that.
That was my assessment as well when I read Austin and considered your comments from yesterday. Looks like those pieces of law were already incorporated into the pattern instruction, just may not be in the position that you preferred.
1072 on
Oh,
page.
wait,
Sorry.
any objections, Mr. Anderson, on this
No.
state?
No.
1072?
First paragraph, second sentence, the word attempted is left out.
All right, thank you. Anything else in that paragraph?
No, Judge.
All right. I imagine you have similar objections to 1072 that you had in 1017.
Yes, Judge. The bullet points on page 12, and in particular, which, again, I'm not trying to make the same arguments. I appreciate your honor's previous ruling. But nevertheless, I make those arguments. At the bottom of page 12 in red, where it talks about first degree recklessly endangering safety, I believe you would need to add at the end of that sentence and at the end of the bullet point at the top of page 13 to be consistent with Austin, which we previously stated, you should add the words at the end of that, and did not act lawfully in self-defense.
So what I did when 1017 provided a nice pattern instruction for first degree intentional homicide with the 3 lesser included and self-defense. There wasn't a similar pattern instruction for attempted first degree homicide with the lesser included and self-defense. So what I did is I tried to mirror the modifications in red to what exists in 1017. Basically follow the same flow, the same thought process. And that's where I came up with the
Okay, what did I
language
miss?
in red.
Did I miss anything?
The Austin language is included where I define the crime in more detail. The bullet points on pages 12 and 13 are simply the instructions effort to put everything into context in a way that is simple and understandable for the jury. This isn't the instruction itself about the elements of the offense or the things that the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. This is just an explanation, like the introductory language that precedes it, to help the jury better understand how these lesser included offenses all fit together.
If I may, my concern is, well, I hear your honor, the
More
argument that I'm
talkie,
making now,
talkie,
go back on 1072, page 4, in request, and again, I understand, Your Honor, that the same 7 words, "and did not act lawfully in self-defense," be added on page 4 in the summary of first-degree reckless homicide and second-degree reckless homicide.
Has anyone been watching this? I feel like this case has been going on forever. The Young Thug RICO trial. I feel like this has been going on for months and months. Is this like a new trial, or is this like someone else is being charged? Or I don't follow this case at all, so I have no idea. I feel like it's been going on forever.
Otherwise, when we talk about both in 1017 as and in 1072, when we talk about the intentional crimes, self-defense is included in that summary. When you talk about the reckless, it isn't, which if somebody goes and does a quick glance without doing a deep dive, it may, I'm worried the jury would think they just look at that and then they don't have to think about self-defense. So to add those 7 words, I don't think is contrary to the law, and I don't think it's confusing. I think it's just
Marina's
correct.
guilty in her
I
backyard.
disagree because
I don't know if that
Austin didn't
surprises me.
say you need to look at utter disregard for human life and self-defense separately. What Austin said is that someone does not act in utter disregard for human life when they're acting in self-defense. Now, that may be a small, subtle nuance.
Forever, I tried to watch it first, but I gave up. I watched some of like Bruce Rivers' videos on it, but I was still lost. I was like, I don't know what's going on here. I have no idea. Is this the new trial, or is this the same trial from before, or a different person?
But I think it's an important one. And the concept of self-defense is subsumed in the term utter disregard for human life. That's the way that Austin presented it, and that's how the instruction reads when you get to the detailing of the elements of the offense.
The Delphi murder stuff, I've only been seeing headlines, but I did watch a true crime video about it, so I know what happened. But that video was made a couple years ago. I know that he's having his trial maybe this year, right?
Right. What else do you have?
on the paragraph on page 13, the same arguments I made before about the difference between the use of the word establish as opposed to proven. Just again, note the similar objection.
Noted.
At the last sentence, which I also, on page 13, it's the same last sentence as is on page 4 in 1017, and so I want to incorporate this argument for both. Instead of using the words, "you will be instructed to find Mr. MIU not guilty," I think this is the instructions, so I think you should just say, "you must find Mr. MIU not guilty." I don't know.
I'm sorry, you lost me where? On
The
page
last, on page 13, the paragraph beginning, "because the law provides." Are you with me?
No.
At the top of page 13, under the red bullet point.
Yes.
The last sentence of that paragraph, the words "will be instructed." I think those words should be crossed out and say "must." It implies you will be instructed to find Mr. MIU not guilty. The literal meaning is I'm not telling you that now, but I'm going to tell it to you later. And I get it.
Is it meaningful?
It is to me.
Oh.
I think the word should be, "you must find Mr. MIU not guilty," because you're instructing them now in this moment. You're not telling them about what you're going to do at a future moment, which is what it implies in the sentence.
That's what I don't understand.
If it doesn't make a difference, then why wouldn't we agree? Why?
That's not the way it works.
Well-
You tell me why it's different, and I'll consider making a change.
Because this implies I'm not telling you that right now, right? I'm going to tell you that later, but we don't actually tell them that later.
We do.
When do you say, if the state does not satisfy those facts as established by the evidence, you will be instructed? When do you give that instruction?
Delphi has been a clown show. Do you guys think he's guilty? Yeah, a lot of weird things going on with the Delphi stuff.
It's in a, I'm looking at page 20. For one, if you are not so satisfied, referring back to the previous paragraph, you must find him not guilty. And I believe it's also in 140.
Okay, I stand by my argument. I appreciate your Honor's comments, but
Anything else in this instruction?
same, on page 16, determining whether beliefs were reasonable, the same arguments that I'd made previously when discussing 1017.
Okay, objections noted.
I just need to, I got about this far, Judge, so if, I know it's not fun to watch anybody read, but that's as far as I got in my in-depth reading before.
Mr. Anderson, do you have any concerns or objections to
Wait, no cameras for the Delphi trial? Ugh. For the Delphi trial?
1072?
No, Judge, I'll also say too, I changed my mind on the asking for a special change or instruction on defense of others. I think I can make the argument with the provocation instruction.
Thank you. You weren't going to get it anyway. All right, let's, I don't want to just gloss over the rest of 1072, but we'll put it aside for the moment. Let's
Yeah, I see them do this all the time, changing like certain things on the jury instructions.
continue on, because I think the others are probably pretty easy. There was a request yesterday to use 1220A with the self-defense battery. Any objection?
No.
And this, I trust this is 1228, and so.
It should be.
Okay. Yes, then, thank you. We
I
agree?
think the red language is the new stuff.
Sure.
That's the difference. Continuing on, 990. I think there was a request last night to include the more robust definition of great bodily harm, which I included. It's in the red text. It's the same definition that you saw earlier. It's repetitive, but one came at the beginning, this one comes at the end. So the rest are kind of sandwiched in between. No objection, I'll continue on. 140, burden of proof. There was a request last night for a modification to the last sentence, which I made. It's in the red text.
No objection from the state.
The judge is horrible. The prosecutor is horrible in the Delphi case. The Delphi judge is on another level. The judge is being biased. Who is she being biased towards?
We filed our previous objections in writing, and I appreciate the modification. Thank you.
Continuing on, 103, evidence defined. 170, circumstantial evidence. Last night, again, I'm referring to last night, I'm talking about the Chamber's conversation off the record. Mr. Anderson requested 172, so I included that. Any comment?
We object.
Mr. Anderson, why do you think it's justified?
The evidence is that he walked away, changed his appearance to ask the chaos.
She's absolutely biased. She forced defense lawyers to withdraw. She sent defendants to prison, not jail, before concoction of a lot of other shit.
Yeah, discarded the knife, tried to walk past an officer, and essentially was only apprehended
conviction?
because he was recognized from the photo. So I think it's appropriate.
I think the facts.
Oh, she's biased towards the defense? Oh, I see, I see. So she's biased towards him, and you guys are afraid that all this bias might lead to like a mistrial down the road. And like just like fucking shit up. Bye, Sherry. Have a good one. See you later. The only way to prove no wrongdoings by the judge and the prosecution to allow Delphi to have cameras? Okay. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha.
Support the instruction. Obviously, there's competing inferences. Different arguments can be made. But this instruction is an accurate statement of the law, and will give the attorneys a platform for making those arguments. Continuing on, 157, remarks of counsel. 155, exhibits. 148, objections. 147, improper questions. 190, weight of evidence. 195, jurors' knowledge. 300, credibility. 160, closing arguments. 460, closing instruction. 485, verdict submitted with lesser included counts. And concluding with 515. Mr. Nelson, does your client request any special instructions regarding his decision to testify?
No, Judge.
I think it's 315.
Correct, Judge.
Do not want it.
I do not want it.
Okay.
Hold on. Well, they won't quote from 315. They can make arguments consistent with 315.
Absolutely. Did either of you look at the wording of the verdict?
Did, and I appreciate it's perhaps different with lesser included, but it's, our position that since he's presumed innocent, that the verdict of not guilty is the first choice.
Mr. Anderson?
I don't have anything to add, Judge. I know that this is the standard way, and I don't see a reason to change it.
I understand the sentiment of wanting to have the not guilty read first. I don't think it makes a difference one way or the other. I don't think it is suggestive which verdict is read first. The reason why I organize it the way I do is because I think it's consistent with the order of proof. The state going first, defense going second. So that's the way I order it. Is there anything that you think I missed that should be included?
No, Judge. I just want a chance to finish reading 1072.
Yes, and what I propose we do is adjourn for the night since it's 5 o'clock. I'd like to have the attorneys come back tomorrow at 8. And we can pick up the instruction conference. That'll give the attorneys.
How are they lost? Defense only found out like 4 years later and 2 months before the trial starts. Did they request for a continuance and then the judge didn't allow that?
A little bit of extra time to look at 1072, since that instruction did have a substantial amount of additions, given the late addition of the lesser included offenses. So we can pick up where we left off, but at least this gives me a clear indication that most of what's been prepared is going to be delivered. Is there anything else that you think we need to address?
Nothing I can think of. I guess we did have I think these might not have got numbers.
So right, this diagram of Mr. Mead, I'll pick up Mark. You did? You. What was it marked as? 90? 90? That was the illustration you gave Mr. Mew? So 90 will be received just for purposes of illustration. It's not evidence, of course.
62A is the photos of the boys.
you have any objection?
No.
That's 62A, correct?
Yes,
All right, 62A is received. Anything else from the state?
we have to load up photo of Isaac, but we also made the normal side, so unless the fence, I don't think we have to mark it and admit it.
No position.
It's up to you.
I guess we might as well. So let's do 91.
So 91 is the portrait of Isaac blown up. The 8x11 was already received into evidence. Anything else, Mr. Anderson?
No.
Mr. Nelson, anything else?
No objection.
All right, so we'll pick up on the instructions and then be prepared to 8:30 with arguments shortly follow. Good night, everyone. We are adjourned.
Oh my god. I told the audio. Were the secret chambers meeting made public at some point? Sorry, I didn't know the audio was going to be like that. Here's a judge from the Delphi case. Oh god, here's an ad. Where'd the video go? What the heck?
It all starts with a Chevy truck.
It looked like someone like scraped the mic or something like that. I don't know. The judge lawyered up.
Disqualified from the case. Allen is charged with murder for the deaths of Abby Williams and Libby German nearly 7 years ago.
Wait, that's him? He looks so different. Wait, what? That's him? Wait, is he mixed? What the heck? He looks so different than what I initially thought. Richard Allen. Wait, I'm so confused. He looks so different. What the heck? That's him, right? He looks so different. I don't know why he looks mixed in he looks mixed here. Yeah, I guess it is him. Jesus. He's in max security prison. There's one of those like Chevy trucks in my street. Piece of junk takes up the whole area. Okay, he was on suicide watch. I remember hearing hunger strikes. Lost a shit ton of weight. Dude, that doesn't even look like... I could barely even tell it's him. Jesus. Okay.
For the deaths of Abby Williams and Libby German nearly 7 years ago.
So the prosecutor's request to add 4 more charges is on the agenda for that hearing that's now scheduled for Monday. But in another filing this morning, Allen's attorneys say they can't possibly be ready for that topic since they still don't have all the evidence back from the previous attorney.
I thought I heard that he admitted to the crimes, but it didn't line up with what actually happened in the case, like his version of the stories. Yeah, it seems like closing arguments happening tomorrow. Sorry, I didn't even do an ending for that one. So for the Apple River stabbings, closing arguments tomorrow, and then the jury will deliberate. Also happening tomorrow, Chad Daybell. Opening statement tomorrow. One case comes to an end, another case starts back up. He's at max... Wait, but he was never convicted. Why is he at max security prison? Like, what was the judge's justification for that? Instead of putting him in jail. Because she must have given a reason, right? A justification?
And they say there's a huge amount of new discovery to review. So next week will mark 7 years since the deaths of Abby Williams and Libby German. We've been covering this story from the beginning and the search for the person who killed them. You can see our past coverage. You can scan this QR code on your screen by using your camera phone. It'll take you to WTHR.com/Delphi.
Anything worth doing takes work.
So because he was like having hunger strikes, he was refusing to eat, was on suicide watch, that just immediately just puts you into max security prison. Not on like medical hold. I guess it depends on the state, it depends on the judge, I guess. Oh, the local jails didn't have the resources to house him. Gotcha. The jail said they did, but she said no anyways? Question mark? Okay. All right. Yeah, I don't know too much about it, so you guys are just giving me all the details. All right, y'all. Damn, it's already 3 o'clock. I thought I was going to do sentencing with the Crumblies, and then I was going to have time to kind of eat my breakfast, get ready, and then pop in for MIU's testimony, but they started pretty early today. This is what happens when your time zone is far behind everyone else's. The judge claim was for safety, but you think it's like a bunch of BS? I don't know. We'll see what happens next trial. I don't really know too much about it. I just know what happened, what went down. But all the stuff that's happened since the murders, yeah. I hear some things here and there. It just sounds like a shit show, honestly. I need a nap. Oh, nap sounds kind of nice, actually. I don't know. I'm too lazy to edit videos. I don't think I'm going to edit the Apple River stabbings. I think the stream being up there is good enough, probably. Same thing for the Crumbly sentencing. I think we'll just leave it as a live stream. The judge has single-handedly pushed people to support him even more. I did hear about I heard about the donation thing. He raised money. He had a GoFundMe. I thought you weren't allowed to do a GoFundMe for stuff like that. I thought GoFundMe like shuts you down. Let me look it up. Richard Allen GoFundMe. Delphi. Is it still up or did they shut it down? Oh yeah, he raised $31,000 so far. Wait, how come these donations are not tax deductible? Boo! This is the official expert expense fund for Richard Allen. Richard Allen was once employed as a licensed pharmacy technician at CVS. On October 31, 2022, Mr. Allen was arrested for a crime that he maintains he did not commit. Mr. Allen has been accused of committing Abby and Libby's murders. Also, what he said to his wife, was that a recorded call or is that a he said, she said type of thing? But is investing everything he has to fight for his freedom and for justice for both victims for this heinous crime. He's presumed innocent until proven guilty through the court of law and has absolute right to a fair trial, which is currently being violated. Funds are being raised. This is not a GoFundMe. This is something else. Pay it too. Funds are being raised to pay expenses related to expert fees and costs. On 30 March 2024, the fund's target goal was increased by $20,000. We have identified the experts needed and the cost of fees, travel, and lodging are greater than originally anticipated. So it's doubled, more than doubled. Please advise that no funds collected will be offset against fees related to David Hennessy's law firm, Richard Allen's defense team, or Richard Allen. So what does happen to the extra money? I don't know. I think they need to post. Like invoices and stuff like that. Like, okay, this is how much the expert costs. This is how much it's going to cost for traveling. Blah blah blah. Like, I feel like you got to be like transparent about that, so you know where the extra money is going. Oh, it's a jail call. Huh? Wait, is it jail call? Wait. He said I'm a jail call? Oh, is it after when you're convicted that you can't do the GoFundMe? I need a slap. Been awake for 19 hours. Why are you awake for 19 hours? Go to sleep. Go to sleep. I'll see you tomorrow when we do opening statements. In closing. Okay. His lawyers wanted to represent pro bono. She said no. I thought if you want to do pro bono, you just do pro bono. The judge has to allow that? Thanks to the judge, now people have to fund a killer to go to jail. Well, I guess these are people who are choosing to fund it versus tax dollars, I guess. I don't know. I don't know too much about why the judge didn't allow it. But a lot of it sounds kind of yikes. Kind of yikes. I feel like my blood sugar level is so low right now. I'm sorry, I don't have any profound commentary for you guys. I waited too long to eat. Yeah, I'm eating right now. It just takes a bit for like my body to absorb. What are some other cases that you guys are following? Or like cases, dramas, whatever. What else are you guys sucked into? You should do a dramatic reading of Jodie Hildebrand's book. I read parts of it. I posted on my YouTube channel. I read parts of it. I couldn't read the whole thing though. It's like, ugh. Stab me in the brain. I think it'll be on the same day. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the verdict, I think they're gonna come up with the verdict the same day. Sorry, I didn't even look at the poll. Poll. 47 say guilty, 34 not guilty, 14 not sure, 5% not paying attention. I see you, my 5%. I see you. I see you. The Clayton, I don't know who that is. Scandal's interesting. I have no idea who that is. All right, guys, I guess I'll just pop on out. I think that's about it for today. I will see you guys tomorrow. 3 days in a row. Also, if you guys have any recommendations on what to do, where to eat, I don't know, in Austin, let me know. I'm going to be in Austin this weekend. In Austin, Texas. So if y'all have any recommendations, put in the Discord. If you haven't joined the Discord already, feel free to join Discord. It's like a hangout section. We chat and stuff like that. And yeah, feel free to join the Discord if you'd like. Subscribe if you haven't already. I appreciate you guys being here, chatting with me. Here are my socials. What else is there? Yeah, I think that's it. I'm making a second channel, which I don't know. I don't know what to do with the second channel. I want to make content that's also not true crime stuff. Because sometimes I want to break from true crime. But I don't know. We'll see. I feel like sometimes I make a second channel. I'm like, yeah, we'll see what happens with it. So I have a second channel called Hey Corgi-san. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know what direction I'm going to take with it. I'm just fucking around at this point. But I hope y'all have a good one. Take care. I will see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll be covering the closing arguments in the Apple River stabbings, and then also opening statements in Chad Daybell. Whew. Lots to do tomorrow. I don't know, I don't know which one I should start with. Should I start with the Apple River? Actually, I think we'll do Apple River closing arguments, and then when the jury deliberates, we'll listen to Chad Daybell's opening statements. How about that? Oh, the Diddy stuff? Yes, I was going to cover the Diddy stuff. We'll definitely have to demonetize the stream when I cover the Diddy stuff. I have the Diddy stuff up. Like, I have the allegations, like the court stuff up, but I just haven't, I haven't covered it yet. So I was thinking about that maybe, but that's going to be super ultra mega demonetized. Because I was going through it and I was like, is there a way for me to go through this in a way that's like where the language is a little bit more sanitized? But I don't think so. That's a hard one. When do I plan on starting stream tomorrow? I'll try to wake up early. I will do my best. Join the Discord and make my announcements on there. What time? I don't know. I'll try to start early. What time did I start today? Like, I started pretty early today, didn't I? 9? Join the Discord. I'll have a notification out, okay? I'll be out here. All right, y'all. Have a good one. Take care. I will see y'all later. I appreciate you guys being here. Thanks for chatting. I appreciate the arguments, the debates, and thanks for keeping it chill, all right? Got a little bit crazy at times, but, for the most part, it's pretty chill. But I appreciate you guys. See ya. Bye.